He watched from the private room window, gaze drifting now and then to the girl curled up on the bed. His expression stayed unreadable. A knock at the door, quiet. But in that silence, it cut like a blade. A bodyguard in a black suit pushed the door open and stepped inside, eyes fixed on the floor. He didn't dare meet the man's stare. Boss, word from the capital. His voice had a tremor. He handed over the tablet carefully. The man's pale hand reached out, slow and lazy, finally taking it. His eyes dragged away from the window and skimmed the screen with casual indifference. 2 seconds later, his face twisted into something vicious. He hurled the tablet at the wall. The impact landed with a dull crack. The device clattered to the floor, screen shattered into a web of fractures. The noise sliced through the muffled chaos drifting in from beyond the private booth. Even the hum outside seemed to pause. He rose from the bed, movements stiff, every muscle pulled tight. His face was a thundercloud, dark, terrifying. The bodyguard stepped back on instinct. He'd never seen the boss like this. A chill crawled up his spine. The girl on the bed jerked awake at the sound, eyes flying open as if she'd been shocked. She scrambled backward, pressing herself into the corner, arms wrapped around her knees. Tears streaked down her pale cheeks all over again. A long silence. Then the man paced slowly away from the window. He stopped at the center of the room, eyes bloodshot, radiating pure, lethal rage. Finish it fast. I'm going home. His voice came out low and ragged. No room for argument. Yes, boss. The subordinate turned and left. Soon, the underground club sank back into its raucous rhythm, and from the private booth, the girl's screams started up again. The next morning, dawn barely touched the sky. A thin strip of grey light crept over the eastern horizon. Yun Shu woke early, same as always, and headed out for her morning run. She'd barely made it into the garden when a figure caught her eye. Xuan, backpack slung over one shoulder, was sneaking out of the house. A bandage stretched across his forehead. Normally, Xuan was the poster child for can't get out of bed. He wouldn't drag himself up until the very last second, but today he was out before anyone else, slipping away while the house still slept. Yun Shu's curiosity stirred, but she didn't stop to question him. Half an hour later, the maid Xiao Yu came out to tend the garden. When she spotted Yun Shu, her face broke into a warm smile. Good morning, miss. Morning. Yun Shu paused, thinking of the figure she'd seen earlier. Did anything else happen yesterday, besides Shen Wanzhong getting sick? Xiao Yu thought for a moment. Well, before Mr. Shen came home, the second young miss and the young master got into a fight. She hit him with a cup, cut his head. A fight. Yang Zhu doted on Xuan. If Zhu Qiming so much as raised her voice at him, Yang Zhu would scold her on the spot. But now Zhu Qiming had actually injured him. That was unexpected. Do you know what they were fighting about? They were yelling pretty loud. None of us dared go out. I only caught a few things, something about siding with what's right, not with family, and I won't call you my brother anymore. Yun Shu fell into thought. The dining room was eerily quiet. She ate breakfast alone at the table. Zhu Qiming hadn't come home all night. Shen Yishuan had left early, and Shen Wanzhong was probably still recovering. Just as she finished, a cough echoed from the stairs, light, but sharp in the silence. Yun Shu looked up. Shen Wanzhong was coming down, wrapped in a robe. His steps were unsteady, his face drawn, lips cracked and dried. A servant guided him to the table. He was trembling slightly, sweat beading at his forehead, skin pale as paper. Cough. Is everything okay at school? His voice scraped out, rough. His eyes held worry as he looked at her. She drained the last of her milk and said lightly, "It's fine." Shen Wanzhong seemed to exhale in relief, but another fit of coughing seized him. Good. That's good. Cough. Xiao Yu, bring some porridge, Yun Shu said. Yes, miss. The maid hurried off and returned with a steaming bowl of millet porridge. Yun Shu pushed the bowl toward Shen Wanzhong. Rest more. The company's problems won't fix themselves just because you drag yourself to work sick. She stood and walked away from the table. Shen Wanzhong stared at her back, frozen. He sat there, dazed, for a long moment. Then, as if something just occurred to him, he looked down at the porridge and murmured, okay. Cough. After Fu Huaishan's message came through, Yun Shu didn't have the driver take her to school. When she stepped out the front gate, the familiar Rolls-Royce was waiting. Fu Huaishan stood beside the car in his signature black suit, posture straight as a pine. He looked like he'd walked straight out of a magazine spread. A faint smile played at his lips, his dark eyes fixed on her as she walked through the gate. Sunlight spilled around him, outlining his silhouette in soft gold. He was striking today. The kind of handsome that makes your heart stutter. As Yun Shu reached the gate, Fu Huaishan strode toward her with long, easy steps. He reached out and took her backpack. I've got it. Yun Shu, good morning. Morning, Fu Huaishan. He opened the car door for her, smooth and gentlemanly. Yun Shu slid inside. The second she settled in, her eyes locked on the interior. The car was packed with snacks, dried meat, candies, all kinds of things arranged like a mini convenience store. Are you trying to sell these to me? She pointed at the pile, honestly curious. She'd never seen someone set up shop inside a vehicle. And with this much food. Fu Huaishan clearly hadn't expected the question. He let out a quiet laugh. His voice came out low, indulgent. Not selling. They're all yours. I'm yours too. He said it dead serious, like a real confession. But Yun Shu's attention had already been hijacked by the dried meat. She had zero bandwidth for anything else. Rip. She tore open a bag and started eating. For a carnivore like her, staring at that much delicious dried meat without tasting it was pure idiocy. Good. Fu Huaishan watched her eat with open enjoyment. The gloom from her earlier rejection of his confession started to fade. Yun Shu's mouth was full. Good. Love it. He grabbed a water bottle, twisted off the cap, and handed it over. Slow down. Don't rush. You'll choke. She took the water and drank. I'm not rushing. I'm used to it. In that other world, the one full of danger and uncertainty, she never had time to sit at a table and enjoy a meal. Once you got your hands on food, you wolfed it down. You never knew if you'd be alive the next second, let alone die on a full stomach. Fu Huaishan dropped her at the academy and drove to the company. Meanwhile, Ji Hongxian, who had gotten up early, was sitting in Fu Huaishan's office, yawning non-stop. Yawn. Another huge one. He slumped back onto the sofa like his bones had melted, ready for a quick nap. Click. The office door eased open. Fu Huaishan walked in, his face unreadable. Ji Hongxian had been half asleep on the sofa, but the sound of the door snapped him awake. He bolted upright. There he was. Fu Huaishan barely glanced at him. Just a casual sweep of his eyes, Ji Hongshen scrambled off the sofa and hurried to the desk, desperation written all over his face. Huaishan, save me. Fu Huaishan moved with deliberate calm. He sat down slowly, reached out with those long, elegant fingers, and pressed the power button on his computer. As the screen lit up, he focused on the stock market. A few minutes later, he finally pulled his gaze away and looked at Ji Hongshen. His tone was ice cold. If you've got something to say, say it. It was a complete 180 from the warmth and indulgence he'd shown Yun Shu in the CAMY. Mom's forcing me on blind dates. I'm losing my mind. She cut off my cards, took my car. Every time I go home, she's dragging me to meet some girl. Ji Hongshuan's voice grew more frantic. He dropped into a chair, looking utterly hopeless. I've got no options left. I had to come to you. In a single day, his mom had lined up over a dozen blind dates. Even a veteran playboy like him couldn't handle that intensity. Fu Huaishan listened to his complaints without any change in expression. Only when Ji Hongshen stopped did he leisurely open his desk drawer and pull out a checkbook. He picked up a pen and wrote a string of zeros. The scratch of the nib on paper was crisp in the quiet room. I knew coming to you was the right call. Ji Hongshen stared at the check, the gloom on his face vanishing instantly. He perked right back up. Pick whatever car you want from the garage. Fu Huaishan turned his focus back to work. Ji Hongshen stood, grinning. You got it. Take your time, Huaishan. I wish you and Yun Shu everlasting love. Before he could finish, he was already out the door like a gust of wind, way faster than when he'd come in. Back at the academy, the atmosphere had shifted. Ever since Fu Huaishan publicly announced Yun Shu was his fiancée, the teachers and students treated her differently. Before, when she walked into class, she'd get cold stares or whispered gossip. Now, Class 6 showed an unprecedented friendliness. Some of it, of course, came from people who'd been impressed by her courage in standing up for others. On her way in, classmates greeted her warmly. For someone used to being alone, the attention was a lot to handle. It didn't stop when she reached the classroom. Students crowded around her. Some brought her breakfast, others snacks. Within minutes, her desk was buried under food and little gifts. There was barely room for her books. Jiao Feng stood off to the side, watching her deal with the pile. He thought it was hilarious but didn't dare laugh. He bit the inside of his cheek to keep from cracking up. The look on his face was ridiculous. Master, isn't this what they call a happy problem? He teased. Yun Shu gave him a cold glance. Jiao Feng immediately sat up straight and shut his mouth. Just then, the teacher walked in, and the noise died down. First period officially began. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel in the capital, Su Nyanru woke to a strange sensation. She opened her eyes, groggy and annoyed. But when she saw the man's face, the irritation vanished, replaced by sweet affection. Oh, so early in the morning, what are you doing? Her voice was syrupy, practically dripping. The man didn't answer. He showed her exactly what he was doing. After they finished, Su Nyanru dragged her limp body over and helped the man beside her get dressed. Straightening his clothes, she gazed up at him with adoring eyes. Zhayu, when are you going to take me to meet your parents? Xu Zhayu's face flickered for a split second, but he masked it fast. He pulled her into his arms and soothed her. Nyanru, we've only been together a week. It's too soon. Su Nyanru's expression hardened. She shoved him back, voice laced with hurt. What is that supposed to mean? I'm serious about you. Are you just messing around? Of course not, baby. I'm serious about you too. Shu Zhouyu rushed to explain. But you know how strict my parents are. If I brought you home this fast, they'd overthink everything. Even as the words left his mouth, his mind was already spinning, working out how to drop it. As Nyanru softened a little. He had a point, they really hadn't been together long. Meeting the parents this soon would feel rushed. A sweet, compliant smile slipped back onto her face. She planted a few kisses on him before seeing him out the door. As Nyanru had met Shu Zhouyu at a banquet at a tea. First she assumed he came from an ordinary family, but as she got closer to him, she discovered he was the son of a major board member at Qing'an Academy. Compared to a man like Fu Yangcheng, completely out of her reach now that he had that bitch Su Xingyue. Shu Zhiyu's family was something she could actually break into if she put in the effort, so she'd used a few tricks to become his girlfriend. In just 1 week of dating, they'd already hit hotels at least 5 times. Most of the time, all he had to do was call and she'd drop everything to rush over. With Li Man gone from the house lately, Su Nyanru had been indulging herself without restraint. As long as she could lock down Shu Zhiyu's heart, marrying into one of the capital's top wealthy families wouldn't be a problem. The thought lifted her mood. She celebrated by ordering drinks right there in the hotel room. Meanwhile, the moment Shu Zhiyu stepped out of the hotel, he headed straight for a clothing store nearby. He picked out a new outfit, changed, and tossed his old clothes, still carrying Su Nyanru's scent, straight into the trash. He knew exactly what she was after. She wanted to marry him. If she weren't decent looking, he never would have looked twice. But even the best dish gets old if you eat it every day. That was exactly how he felt about Su Nyanru now. She was fine for blowing off steam once in a while, but marry her? No way in hell. During the academy's lunch break, Su Xingyue sat in the classroom and pulled up a website on her phone. Su Corporation's stock was sliding, not by much, but if the trend kept up, the company would be staring down bankruptcy soon. Her fingers moved fast across the screen. Within moments, she'd remotely taken control of Su Mingyuan's computer. Yaro Jin, his assistant, caught the anomaly immediately. He didn't waste a second. He called in the company's network security team to stop the breach. But no matter how frantically they worked, they couldn't stop the intruder from paging through the company's confidential files. Finally, Su Xingyue ended the connection herself after she'd seen everything she needed. Yaro Jin exhaled hard. He rushed to the computer and went through every file, every scrap of data, terrified he'd missed something critical. But after checking everything multiple times, he was stunned. The hacker had only browsed. Nothing had been altered, nothing deleted. The result baffled him. He couldn't figure out what the hacker had been after. Su Mingyuan arrived shortly after, just as confused. He stared at the screen, muttering, "Someone breaks into my computer and does nothing. What's the point?" Su Xingyue put her phone away, picked up a pen, and started scribbling on a sheet of paper. About 10 minutes later, she stopped. She lifted the page, scanned it quickly, then tore it to shreds. "Guys, I've got news." A boy who hadn't been napping burst into the room, his footsteps and shouting shattered the quiet, jolting awake every student who'd been resting. They lifted their heads, bleary-eyed, and shot him death glares. "Wang Yuan, if this news doesn't make me happy, I swear I'll kill you," one boy growled, furious at being woken up right after nodding off. "Yeah, just spit it out so we can go back to sleep," another muttered. Wang Yuan scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Sorry, but it really is good news this time. I saw the bulletin board. That blue belt guy who fought Chen Yang, he got expelled. And get this, he took money from Fu Huaishan to go full force on her. The truth came out and the academy kicked him." The news jolted everyone awake. They exchanged looks, then exploded into cheers. "No way, the school actually didn't bury this one." "Finally, Chen Yang got her justice," one of her close friends said, beaming. "I'd say all of this is because of Su Xingyue, otherwise, who'd even care about Class 6, a boy in the front row said. His words struck a nerve. If Su Xingyue hadn't flipped that match, if she hadn't exposed Li Lei and Fu Huaishan in front of the whole auditorium, none of this would have happened for Class 6. "Thank you, Su Xingyue. Su Xingyue. I love you like mice love rice." A couple of girls stood up and made hearts at her with their hands as Su Xingyue stared at them, speechless. Afternoon classes ended. Fu Huaishan's Rolls-Royce sat parked in the principal's reserved spot. Yun Shu walked out of the teaching building with Li Jun, still talking through the website they were building together. Ji Hongxian approached from the front, his signature smile already in place. "Miss Yun, good afternoon." She gave a short nod, her gaze slid past him to the Rolls-Royce. "What's it doing here today?" She'd told him before to park farther from campus. His face was too recognizable. It always caused a traffic jam, but today he'd driven straight in. Mr. Fu had business with the principal. The principal invited him, Ji Hongxian said. Li Jun finally registered the Rolls-Royce and realized who was sitting inside. He tensed, shot a nervous glance at Yun Shu, and hurried to excuse himself. "Master, I'll head back now. We'll catch up later." "Okay." Li Jun took off toward the school gates like his shoes were on fire. Yun Shu walked to the CA. Ji Hongxian opened the door, and she slipped inside. Fu Huaishan stopped working the second she got in. A smile spread across his face. "What do you feel like eating today?" She shook her head. "Let's eat at home tonight. I've got things to take care of." Fu Huaishan didn't answer. He just watched her in silence. A few seconds passed. Yun Shu caught his expression. "Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you. If you don't mind." The moment the words left her mouth, his guarded face broke open into a real smile. "My pleasure." His voice carried a flicker of excitement. From the passenger seat, Ji Hongxian watched through the rearview mirror and shook his head. Was love really this powerful? A man like Fu Huaishan, someone who had the world at his feet, reduced to this. People begged for a single look from him and never got one, but Miss Yun only had to say the words, and he was already racing to deliver night and day. At the Fu mansion, Yun Shu knew something was off the instant she stepped through the door. Servants were rushing around, swapping out decorations and fresh flowers. The whole living room had been overhauled, decked out like they were celebrating New Year's. As she walked in, Ju Chiming came toward her in a bright floral dress. "Yun Shu, you're back." Ju Chimeng's smile was stretched wide, cloyingly warm. Yun Shu stared at her, face blank. Her gaze landed on the thick foundation caked across Ju Chimeng's forehead and neck. She didn't need to guess. Ju Chimeng was still hiding the bruises, still putting on a show, Yun Shu thought. She claimed she went to her parents' house to recover, but she was really holed up in a hotel for 2 weeks. She's clearly not healed yet. Without a word, Yun Shu headed upstairs. At a tea dinner, she stepped out of her room. Just as the door next to hers opened, Fu Xingyao came out too. The gauze was still taped to his forehead. The second he saw her, his expression went awkward. Yun Shu, let's eat. He picked up his pace down the stairs. Yun Shu watched him retreat, her eyes darkening. In the dining room, everyone was seated except Han Duoduo. Shen Wanzhong was still recovering and could only stomach plain kanji. Zhong, how is it? I simmered this all afternoon. Ju Chimeng aimed a fawning smile at him, her voice dripping with tenderness. He nodded, tone heavy. Thank you. His mind was still tangled in the hacker intrusion from earlier. Oh, please. What's with the thanking? We've been married all this time. I was gone 2 weeks at my parents', and you're already so distant. So mean. Ju Chimeng's voice dropped into a simpering whine clatter. Yun Shu let her spoon drop onto the table without warning. The sound rang sharp through the quiet dining room. Ju Chimeng flinched, her smile froze. Shen Wanzhong looked up at Yun Shu. He didn't speak, just glanced at her before returning to his kanji. Yun Shu, what are you laughing at? Your father and I always talk like this. Ju Chimeng was boiling inside, but she kept her expression even. Speak normally. You're ruining my appetite. The cold voice cut right through Ju Chimeng's act. Her face hardened. She dropped the syrupy tone. Yun Shu lifted her head and met her gaze. What about me? Seeing what flickered in the girl's eyes, Ju Chimeng swallowed her words. She looked to Shen Wanzhong, waiting for him to step in. He acted like he hadn't heard a thing and kept sipping his kanji. Then she felt a tug at her sleeve. She turned her son, Fu Xingyao. For a split second, she felt a wave of relief. Then he opened his mouth. Mother, don't talk while eating. Unbelievable. What was happening? Shen Wanzhong she could almost understand. His attitude toward Yun Shu had already shifted before she left, but Fu Xingyao, her own son. Now he was siding with them too. Could anyone tell her what had gone down in the past 2 weeks? Choking down the urge to explode, Ju Chimeng stood up. Enjoy your meal. I'm not feeling well. I'll be in my room. She walked out. She moved deliberately slowly, waiting. In the past, this always worked. Shen Wanzhong would come after her, hovering with concern, so she waited. But no matter how slow she walked, the hallway only stretched so far. She reached the second floor, silence behind her. Ju Chimeng bit her lip hard and hurried into the bedroom. Back in the dining room, no one reacted to her exit. The three of them ate in quiet peace. Shen Wanzhong was too distracted to notice Yun Shu. The fact that she wasn't stirring up trouble was already generous. Fu Xingyao was used to it by now. His mother threw fits like this all the time. A shopping trip tomorrow, and everything would reset, so Ju Chimeng had waited for nothing. Midnight, Han Duoduo finally crept back into the house. If the servants hadn't tipped her off that Ju Chimeng was home, she'd have stayed at the hotel. The living room was pitch black. Ju Chiming didn't bother with the lights. She planned to slip upstairs under cover of darkness and pretend this night never happened. The moment her foot touched the first step, the entire room exploded with light. She spun around. Yang Zhu sat bolt upright on the sofa, arms crossed, eyes blazing with fury. Mother, you're back. Ju Chiming forced a smile and rushed toward her, fighting to keep her voice steady. She never got close enough to touch her. A slap cracked through the air. The sound was sharp and brutal in the silence. Ju Chiming stumbled sideways, hand flying to her burning cheek. She stared at Yang Zhu, stunned. Tears flooded her eyes. Mother, what was that for? Yang Zhu rose, slow and deliberate, each step packed with fresh anger. The disappointment carved into her face was the bitterness of ruined expectations. For what? Yang Zhu's voice spiked. I raised you from the cradle. What have I told you your whole life? A woman has to have self-respect. That is how you get anywhere in this world. She was unraveling now, finger jabbing inches from Ju Chiming's nose. And you? How long have you even known that man? And you went to a hotel with him? You're throwing yourself away. Do you understand that? Yang Zhu had never imagined her obedient, well-behaved daughter could act so recklessly the moment she was out of sight. She'd done some digging. Ju Chiming had been staying out all night. The reason? A hotel with a man she'd known barely 10 days. That was the part Yang Zhu truly could not stomach. Panic ripped through Ju Chiming. She hadn't expected Yang Zhu to know everything. She stood frozen, hands pressed to her stinging cheek, unable to meet her mother's glare. Yang Zhu wasn't finished. Her voice dripped venom. While your mother's gone, you don't even look after your little brother. You hurt him. Are you trying to rebel against me? Before the words fully landed, Yang Zhu's hand shot out and clamped onto Ju Chiming's arm, her nails dug deep. Pain flared. A dark bruise bloomed under her grip. Ju Chiming hadn't meant to talk back. She knew she had messed up, but the second Yang Zhu said little brother, something inside her snapped clean in half. Look after him. I don't even have a little brother. Ju Chiming screamed. Yang Zhu flinched, then recovered fast. She pointed a rigid finger at her face. Say that again. Ju Chiming didn't care anymore. The rage and hurt boiled over. I said I don't have a brother. You walk through the door and the first thing you do is blame me. But do you even know what he does at school? Yang Zhu refused to believe a word of it. She was certain Ju Chiming was manufacturing excuses. What could your brother possibly do wrong? He's just a child. Seeing Yang Zhu defend Xu Zongyuan so blindly was the final blow. I set up the whole plan to teach Yun Shu a lesson, and your precious son, he sabotaged me. He took the blame for her. And then he turned around and blamed me for everything. You think I wanted things to go this badly? If it weren't for that bitch Yun Shu, I would have gotten close to Fu Huaishan by now. But now, Fu Huaishan publicly announced she's his fiancée. What was I supposed to do? Tears streamed down Ju Chiming's face. She sobbed so hard her shoulders heaved. Yang Zhu's expression shifted. She replayed the news she'd seen earlier about Fu Huaishan and Yun Shu. At the time, it hadn't seemed significant. Now the pieces locked into place. Much more had been simmering beneath the surface than she realized. She looked at her daughter, face buried in her hands, cheeks soaked, and something maternal stirred inside her. She stepped forward and wrapped Ju Chiming in her arms. All right, stop crying. Mommy didn't have the full story. But still, You cannot go to a hotel with a man you barely know. Ju Chimeng's heart was already drowning in fury and resentment. She barely heard a word. She shoved Yang Zhu back with both hands and turned toward the stairs. That was when footsteps echoed from above. Both women looked up. Yun Shu was making her way down, an empty glass in her hand. She looked like she'd just woken up. She had obviously heard every word, but her expression suggested she hadn't noticed either of them. She walked right past Ju Chimeng and Yang Zhu as if they were invisible. Yun Shu. Don't you get too cocky, the Fu family's standards aren't low. A nobody like you doesn't deserve to marry in. Ju Chimeng screamed at her, retreating back. Yun Shu didn't even glance over her shoulder. She kept walking toward the dining room at the same unhurried pace. Yang Zhu saw the situation spiraling. She rushed forward and grabbed Ju Chimeng's arm. Stop it right now. Go to your room. No, I'm not finished. Ju Chimeng wrenched free and kept screaming. So what if you heard me? I'm going to destroy you. If this time didn't work, there will be a next time. I swear I'll make you pay. I'll make you wish you'd never gone near Fu Huaishan. You worthless, scheming little tramp. A sharp crack cut her off. A glass shattered at her feet. Shards scattered across the floor. Yun Shu had turned around. Her eyes were frozen lakes, settling on Ju Chimeng with a weight that made the air feel thin. Her voice came out. Ice cold. I just woke up, and I'm in a terrible mood. I'm not interested in a fight. But if you say one more word, I promise you'll never speak again. The words swept through the living room like a winter wind. The chill burrowed deep, wrapping around Ju Chimeng like a net she could not escape, tightening until she could barely breathe. In the parallel world, people like her would have been dead 1,000 times over by now. Li Man knew Su Xingyue wasn't bluffing. She didn't dare waste a second, grabbing Su Nyanru by the arm and hauling her back to her room. By midnight, the hospital corridor finally settled into an uneasy quiet. The hallway was empty except for the occasional soft squeak of a nurse's shoes. Just as exhaustion pulled everyone toward sleep, something shifted. The three people who'd been sprawled in the hallway simply vanished. On a barren stretch of land far outside the city, their broken bodies were crammed into burlap sacks and dumped onto the freezing earth like trash. Who are you? What do you want? A panicked voice shrieked from inside one sack. We can talk about this, just let us go, another pleaded, voice shaking. Please, have mercy, my family has money, I'll give you anything. All three begged desperately, their words swallowed by the vast emptiness silence. Several men in black stepped out of a car, thick iron rods gripped in their hands. They walked straight toward the sacks, raised the rods without hesitation, and brought them down hard. Each blow landed with a sick, dull thud and the sharp crack of breaking bone. The sound ripped across the desolate landscape like a death knell. The iron rods rose and fell, merciless, pounding the sacks inside. The screams turned ragged, then faded to whimpers. After what felt like an eternity, the men finally stopped and no sound came from the sacks anymore. The next morning was Saturday at the Su residence. Only Su Mingyuan had to go into work. Everyone else stayed home as Su Nyanru didn't want to spend a single minute there, but Li Man had laid down the law. Run off again, and every credit card gets cut. She had no choice but to stay after her morning workout. Su Xingyue returned to her room and sat down at her computer. She powered it on, typed a swift series of commands, and remotely seized control of Su Mingyuan's computer again. At that moment, Su Mingyuan was in his office, deep in work. His mouse suddenly started moving on its own. Files flickered open across his screen, one after another. Alarms blared in his head. That hacker was back as Su Mingyuan lunged to cut the power and rip out the network cable. But on Su Xingyue's end, her control never even flickered. She slipped through his system seamlessly, scanning sets of critical data and recording them one by one. Su Mingyuan could only watch, helpless, as she came and went as she pleased. A few minutes later, Su Xingyue withdrew. Su Mingyuan stared at the screen, eyes burning as if he could drill a hole through it. But every file, every dataset was perfectly intact. Nothing seemed to be missing. Just as confusion crept in, a single line of bold red text blazed across the screen. Reschedule tomorrow's signing. The words hit him like a thunderclap. His heart seized. Cold sweat soaked through his shirt. Tomorrow's signing was the make-or-break moment for the Su Corporation. 2 years of relentless work had led to this. And it was top secret. Aside from him and Li Jun, no third person knew. There wasn't even a trace of it saved on this computer. So how the hell did this person find out? Su Mingyuan's mind tore through every possibility and came up empty. Even more baffling, if this person knew about the signing, why just reschedule? Why not kill it entirely? He racked his brain for a long while with no answer, then finally called Li Jun in. The two men holed up in the office, staring at the red text, turning it over again and again, and still reached no conclusion. In her room, Su Xingyue carefully double-checked the intel she'd just lifted. Her sharp eyes missed nothing. Now she only needed the information from Fu Huaishan's end. Once she had that, she'd know if her guess was right. The Su Corporation was built on the original Su Xingyue's mother and Su Mingyuan's years of hard work. Since she'd taken over this body, she couldn't just stand by and watch the company slip into someone else's hands. Helping Su Mingyuan was, in its own way, repaying the original. Ding ding. A message alert chimed on her computer. Su Xingyue opened it. Sun Haochen. Got time for a side job, boss? 01. What? Sun Haochen. This one's bigger than last time. 01. Send it over. I'll set the price after I see it. Xu Zongyuan saw 01's agreement and quickly sent the design he'd prepared. Around him, the others were already gearing up to start tracking. Less than a minute later, Su Xingyue replied. 01. Tracing me? What she'd received was a sealed police document. Under normal circumstances, material this sensitive would be destroyed or kept under maximum security. No one would ever send it out casually. The other side was clearly trying to trace her location. The second she opened it, her identity would be exposed. Fortunately, she'd already processed her information. They couldn't pin her down that fast. Xu Zongyuan's expression flickered, but he steadied himself and typed, "Boss, join our team. The pay is insane." 01's reply was blunt. "Bring it on." Instantly, the screen began to flicker with tiny points of light. Each one represented an attempt to track Su Xingyue. As the points drew closer, a long-dormant excitement sparked in her eyes. It wasn't fear of the coming challenge. It was absolute certainty in her own skill. Her fingers blurred across the keyboard, minutes bled into each other. Tiend 15 t the 16th minute. Su Xingyue finally stopped. She looked at the screen, every light point now traced all the way to Siberia. A smile touched her lips. She felt incredible. It had been far too long since she'd tasted this kind of exhilaration. She stood, stretched, and walked straight into the bathroom. Across the city, in the police control room, the air was suffocating. Everyone stared at the screen where their signals bounced uselessly around Siberia. No one dared to speak. A high-ranking officer standing nearby set his coffee cup down slowly. A bitter smile crossed his face. That kid's skills. They're on a whole other level. Fu Huaishan's expression went cold as he watched the engineers hammering at their keyboards. He didn't look away once. Eventually, Shangfu Muse walked over and shook his head. Nothing. Fu Huaishan already knew. He'd always respected 01's brilliance, but the guy refused to move. Someone with that kind of unlimited potential, Fu Huaishan couldn't make himself give up on him. Not this fast. Still, 01 had shut him down so flatly that it actually stung. His mouth pressed into a hard line. After a long silence, he turned and walked slowly out of the back office. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and answered. Old Fu, Brother Cheng's getting together this afternoon. With his wife, make sure you're there. Okay. Fu Huaishan's voice came out rough. Ge Hongshen caught it right away. What's wrong? Fu Huaishan cleared his throat. Nothing, just had a cigarette. All right, see you there. The call ended. Study, 3rd floor. Shanixuan had just finished a call arranging to pick up Yun Shu when Li Jun knocked and stepped inside, looking rushed. Boss, the hospital just reported that the 3 students Miss Yun Shu beat up disappeared at dawn. I pulled the footage, somebody tampered with it. Shun Qing just got in touch. They found the 3 on the edge of town. No signs of life. Shanixuan's brow furrowed slightly, his lips parted. Investigate. If it ties back to Yun Shu, clean it up. Li Jun nodded and left. Those 3 had tried to humiliate Yun Shu. Even if she was responsible, Shanixuan didn't see a problem. If anything, he'd handle any loose ends for her himself. At the Shu residence, in the bedroom, Yang Zhu was on the phone, her voice low and anxious. The signing's tomorrow. You need to make this perfect. Sun Haochen's voice was brimming with confidence. Relax. Everything's in place, the timing's locked. Good. The minute the signing wraps up tomorrow, you disappear like we planned. I'll join you in a few days. Yang Zhu's nerves were shot. This scheme had taken years to put together. I've packed everything. Hearing movement downstairs, Yang Zhu cut the call short. Okay. I have to go. We'll talk later. She hung up and hurried down the stairs. It was Xu Zongyuan, but it was only 3 in the afternoon. Why was he home this early? Suspicion clawed at her, but she put on a smile and walked over. Yuan, what brings you home so early today? Xu Zongyuan wasn't exactly a great father, but he was a capable manager. Since founding Shu Corporation, he almost never left work early. Even on holidays, he frequently worked from home, so seeing him now made no sense. He tugged off his tie, exhaustion heavy in his face, just drained. Thought I'd come home and rest. He headed for the stairs. Yang Zhu took his jacket dutifully. Go lie down, then get some rest. Inside, she was thinking, Just don't let this old man get sick right at the critical moment tomorrow. After that, who cares if he lives or dies? That afternoon, Shen Yixuan arrived to pick up Yun Shu. Yang Zhu spotted the Rolls-Royce parked at the gate and perked right up. She smoothed her clothes and practically bounced toward the door, but before she could get anywhere near the car, the bodyguards blocked her. "Oh, is that Master Shen in the car? I'm Yun Shu's mother. Won't you come in for a visit?" Yang Zhu ignored the guards and called toward the back seat. Only her own voice echoed back, but Yang Zhu wasn't the type to get embarrassed. She cleared her throat and kept going. "My Yun Shu is so fortunate to have Master Shen's favor. If she ever does anything wrong, I, as her mother, will personally set her straight." Sure, a Rolls-Royce has top-tier soundproofing, but some unhinged woman bouncing around outside was enough to kill anyone's appetite. Shen Yixuan didn't even glance up. He just said to Li Jun in the front seat, "Shut her up." Li Jun had been dying to do exactly that. She'd abused Yun Shu as a child, and now she was playing the devoted mother. Revolting, he opened the door, stepped out, and crossed to Yang Zhu in 2 strides while the bodyguards kept her restrained. Yang Zhu saw someone exit the car and actually thought Shen Yixuan had sent him to invite her inside. Her face split into a grin. "Hello, I'm..." Li Jun pulled a cloth from his pocket and, without a word, shoved it into her mouth. By the time she registered what was happening and tried to yank it out, the bodyguards had already pinned both arms behind her back. So when Yun Shu walked out the front door, the sight waiting for her was Yang Zhu with bulging eyes, shaking her head frantically, letting out muffled sounds. "Miss Yun Shu." Li Jun greeted her respectfully. Yun Shu nodded and got straight into the car. Yang Zhu's eyes twitched like they might pop from their sockets, but Yun Shu didn't spare her a single glance. Inside the car, Yun Shu asked, "What was that about?" Shen Yixuan glanced out the window. She was annoying. Yun Shu nodded. That pretty much covered it. Li Jun climbed in, and the car pulled away. Yun Shu grabbed a snack from the compartment and started eating. Shen Yixuan waited on her like a devoted attendant, handing her water, then a towel. "Yun Shu, Grandpa wants to meet your father. To make things official." His voice was soft, as if he was afraid he might startle her. Yun Shu didn't quite follow. "Make what official?" Shen Yixuan drew a slow breath. "The betrothal." Betrothal, the word felt strange to her. She had never pictured herself facing something like this so soon. Dating, fiancé, betrothal, everything was moving so much faster than she'd expected, but when she turned to look at the man beside her, she saw nothing but love in his eyes. Unreserved, wholehearted. Even though the speed of it all caught her off guard, Yun Shu thought it didn't sound so bad. Sure. Shen Yixuan, tight with nerves all afternoon, finally felt the huge weight lift off his chest the moment he heard her answer. Something sparked behind Fu Huaishan's eyes, a fuse catching fire. The cold mask he always wore cracked and fell away completely. He didn't hesitate. His arm hooked around Yun Shu's waist and pulled her tight against him. The space between them vanished. She could hear the rhythm of his breath, feel the steady pound of his heartbeat through his chest. Time stopped. Fu Huaishan couldn't hold back. He dipped his head, slow and deliberate, and brushed a soft kiss across her lips. Up front, Li Jun raised the partition without a word. A few minutes later, the car glided to a stop outside a hotel nestled into the curve of lush green hills. The view looked like something off a postcard. The door swung open the second the wheels stopped moving. Fu Huaishan stepped out first, then turned and held his hand out to Yun Shu. The hotel manager was already waiting, his face splitting into a gleaming smile the moment he spotted them. He rushed over. Mr. Fu, Miss Yun. He gestured eagerly toward the entrance. The whole hotel was designed like a tropical rainforest. Greenery poured from every surface, thick and vivid, so immersive it felt like stepping into a jungle. The restaurant sat airy and bright, a mix of open dining space and private rooms, each one arranged with a different wild composition of plants. The air hummed with life. The manager led them down a long hall to their reserved room. The door opened, and Yun Shu caught sight of Fu Muse right away. Seated beside a man in casual clothes, Fu Muse shot to his feet the instant he saw her, his whole face lighting up. Sis. His voice boomed across the room. Yun Shu blinked, caught off guard for half a beat. Then she recovered and smiled, giving him a nod. The man beside Fu Muse stood too. Tall, broad-shouldered, and even in a casual shirt, the straight line of his spine and the stillness of his gaze made one thing obvious: military. No question. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hey, sis-in-law, I'm Ji Hongxian, Shan's childhood friend. Yun Shu smiled. Nice to meet you. I'm Yun Shu. Ji Hongxian studied her for a beat. He couldn't square this woman with the one Fu Muse had described, the woman who'd stared down 3 thugs and left them pissing themselves. Once everyone settled in, the manager gave a signal, and a line of servers filed in. Dishes landed on the table faster than she could track, all of them intricate and beautiful. Nearly every plate held meat. Exactly the kind of meal Yun Shu loved. Fu Huaishan didn't reach for his chopsticks right away. He ladled a bowl of ginseng soup and placed it gently beside her plate. Shu, drink your soup first. Okay. She lifted her spoon and took a sip. That was good. Fu Muse and Ji Hongxian just stared, completely thrown. They traded a glance, both wearing the same expression of stunned disbelief. Then, in perfect sync, they turned those stares onto Yun Shu. Who the hell was this woman? To make Fu Huaishan behave like that. Fu Muse had heard from Li Jun that Fu Huaishan doted on her, but in his mind, that meant buying her things, bags, jewelry, the usual, watching it up close, though, this wasn't simple. Doting. Fu Huaishan had always held himself apart from everyone else, like a god who'd accidentally wandered down into the human world. And here he was, serving soup with his own hands. He did it like it was nothing. Like it was just something he always did. It made a man wonder what he was like when no one else was watching. If they'd seen him open her water bottle in the car or wipe the corner of her mouth with a tissue, their eyes probably would have rolled right out of their heads. This was not the Fu Huaishan they knew. Ji Hongxian had his own theory. This version of Fu Huaishan had to be possessed. There was no other way to explain behavior this far outside his nature. Fu Muse, who never knew when to shut up, grabbed his empty bowl and shoved it toward Fu Huaishan with the saddest look he could manage. I want some soup too. Fu Huaishan shot him a glare that could freeze water solid. Get it yourself. Ji Hongxian choked down a laugh. Just eat your food, man. Yeah, I get it. Fu Muse put on a broken-hearted face. Now that Shan has a wife, the rest of us don't exist anymore. Eat or leave. Fu Huaishan's voice was a blade. Shang Fu Muse shivered. All right, I'm eating. He grabbed the ladle and served himself fast. The three men settled into conversation, trading talk about the stock market and foreign trade trends. The topics ranged wide, and Yun Shu wasn't exactly fascinated. Still, her ears soaked up every word. Her mouth, meanwhile, stayed busy working through the food. Fu Huaishan sat beside her, dropping more food onto her plate from time to time. She accepted it without a second thought, eating happily for the two of them. This was routine for the other two men. It was a relentless PDA assault. After the meal, Shang Fu Muse suggested hitting the hotel's gun range. Ji Hongxian was all in. Fu Huaishan turned to Yun Shu. They've got things for women too. Nail salon, spa. I can go with you if you want. She shook her head. No, I'll come with you. Manicures and massages had nothing on firearms. This hotel didn't just offer fine dining. It packed in every kind of entertainment money could buy, all of it top shelf. For men like them, guns were practically an addiction. When these three got together, aside from the occasional drink, a gun range was always where they ended up. The manager led them down to the basement level. The moment Yun Shu stepped into the range, she knew this wasn't some casual game room. One look at the weapons lined up neatly on the wall told her they were the real thing, and the staff standing beneath them were all retired senior soldiers. Shang Fu Muse had rented out the entire floor. It was just the four of them, plus a handful of staff. Sister-in-law, want to give it a try? Ji Hongxuan's tone was light. Fu Huaishan looked at her, the same question in his eyes. Yun Shu shook her head. You go ahead. I'll sit for a bit. She'd eaten too much. Her stomach sat heavy and uncomfortable. I'll warm up without you, then. Fu Huaishan took her hand and led her to the lounge area. Li Jun found what you asked for. I'll have him bring it over. Good. He turned and walked toward the shooting lanes to pick his weapon. Li Jun approached, a folder in hand. Miss Yun, take a look. She took it and started reading, her attention sharp. Your father's company has been bleeding money for 5 years straight, but it's not bad management. Li Jun tapped a data point on the page. There's a mole. Yun Shu's gaze tracked to where he pointed. She caught the irregularity instantly. These 3 transactions, cash poured in when the market was crashing. Then a shell company scooped it all up the moment things turned around. No way that happens without someone on the inside. Textbook asset stripping. I ran down the shell company. The registered agent is just some guy, and his connection to that woman is. Li Jun stopped. He didn't need to finish. Exactly what she'd expected. Yun Shu filed the information away and closed the mental drawer. She shut the folder and looked up at Li Jun with a small smile. Got it, thank you. Of course, Miss Yun, happy to help. Serving the future lady of the house was an honor. Is there anything else you need? No, I'll handle the rest myself. Nothing beat doing things firsthand. Understood. Li Jun nodded and shot a quick glance toward Fu Huaishan down at the lanes. He turned back. Miss Yun, there's actually something I'd like to ask you. She raised an eyebrow. It's about the bodyguard. Would you consider putting in a good word with the boss? Li Jun hadn't planned on bringing it up, but thinking about what his brother was going through, he had no choice. The bodyguard. Yes, you remember, the one assigned to protect you. And then Li Jun laid it out. After that day, the boss went completely silent on him. Is a proud guy. I'm worried he'll do something rash. So that explained why she hadn't seen that bodyguard around. Yun Shu thought for a moment. Alright. I understand. Li Jun's face split into a grin. If she said she'd handle it, the bodyguard was as good as saved. Thank you, Miss Yun, thank you. He stepped back. The shooting lanes, the three men had already loaded. Each stood in position, ready to fire. Yun Shu rose to watch. All three stood rock steady, pistols gripped, one-handed, posture flawless. Not a single tell. Even Ji Hongxian, usually so loose and casual, had gone completely serious. The guns in their hands were heavy recoil models. Most people couldn't hold one steady single-handed, let alone fire accurately, but they did. Veterans, every one of them. .3 sharp cracks, bang, 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 and the monitor flashed the scores. Fu Huaishan and Shangfu Muse, perfect and Ji Hongxian, 9.5. He didn't take it well. You've got to be kidding me. I drilled all day yesterday for this. 10 rings, every single time. And the second I'm standing next to you too, I drop half a ring. Shangfu Muse's mouth curved, a glint of amusement in his eyes. He took his time picking up a cloth, wiped his hands, then said flatly, "You've been half a ring behind us since we were kids. Why act surprised now?" Ji Hongxuan's temper flared. "Since when? That's occasional. He never admitted defeat. Not out loud. Fu Huaishan, silent until then, spoke. Next round. Ji Hongxian snapped his gun back into position, but over the next 10 shots, the pattern held. Always half a ring behind their perfect 10s, frustration seeped deep into his bones. Break. I need a minute. Ji Hongxian retreated to the lounge, grabbed a juice, and dropped into a chair. Fu Huaishan and Shangfu Muse followed. Sister-in-law, you want a turn? Ji Hongxian noticed her sitting alone and worried she might be bored. Yun Shu, give it a try. Fu Huaishan settled beside her. Shangfu Muse brought over a set of ear protection. Sister-in-law, with these you don't have to worry about the noise. Yeah, come on, have some fun. Get revenge for me. Those two won't dare compete with you. Ji Hongxian shot her a sly wink. Fine. I'll stand in for Ji Hongxian and see if I can hold my own against you both. Yun Shu stood. Fu Huaishan took the ear muffs from Shangfu Muse and moved to place them on her, but she shook her head. No thanks. They're uncomfortable. To a mercenary, gunfire was music. What was there to fear? All right. No ear protection. He never argued with her. The three of them walked to the shooting stations. Ji Hongxian hung back, ready for the show. Yun Shu, let me show you how. Fu Huaishan swapped out his gun for a clean model. I know how. The words left her mouth before she could stop them. Fu Huaishan smiled and nodded. No questions asked. In his mind, if she said she could fly a plane, he wouldn't blink. He remembered the first time he saw her, he'd sensed something bottled up inside this woman. A coiled energy. He never doubted her. Not once. Shangfu Muse, though, was thrown. Wasn't Yun Shu supposed to be the pampered heiress, raised by a stepmother? Had the stepmother skipped ballet lessons and gone straight to firearms training? Sister-in-law's a fast learner. I bet she picked it all up just watching my brilliant performance, right? Ji Hongxian called from behind, grinning. Yun Shu said nothing. She picked up the gun from the table and stepped into position. Fu Huaishan and Zhu Qiming returned to their positions without a word. Yun Shu raised her arm, locked her eyes on the pistol's front sight. Beside her, Zhu Qiming looked like he was readying his own weapon, but he tracked her every move from the corner of his eye. He noted the straight line of her spine, the way the pistol and her arm formed one clean extension. The second she picked up the gun, she checked the sight alignment. That small detail made him curious about his future sister-in-law. Beep. The starting signal blasted through the speakers and cut off his train of thought. Without a flicker of hesitation, Yun Shu straightened her arm, got her grip right, and squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack and the scent of gunpowder filled the space between them. Seconds later, the results flashed on the display screen ahead. Fu Huaishan glanced over. Yun Shu's target showed a perfect bullseye. Pride lit up his handsome face. "Shua, you're incredible." He gave her a thumbs up, but Yun Shu wasn't satisfied. The moment the bullet left the barrel, she'd felt her arm lock. A clear sign her upper body strength wasn't there yet. For a game, it didn't matter. In real combat, that split-second rigidity would have gotten her killed. "Sister-in-law, you got seriously lucky. First shot, dead center." Shangfu Muse was full of admiration. He honestly thought it was pure luck. Zhu Qiming saw it differently. As a soldier, he knew a person's actions told you everything. Yun Shu's steady composure, her shooting stance, the way her feet stayed planted after firing, none of it screamed beginner. She clearly had experience. "Don't be an idiot, that wasn't luck," Zhu Qiming said quietly, giving Yun Shu a small nod of acknowledgement. Shangfu Muse opened his mouth to argue, but one look at Fu Huaishan's icy stare shut him up fast. He backtracked smoothly. "Yeah, right. Our sister-in-law's got skills. Hey, why don't you three go head-to-head?" Shangfu Muse said suddenly. "Sister-in-law takes my spot. 500,000 in chips. If she loses, I pay. If she wins, I forfeit the winnings. Deal?" He'd already run the numbers in his head. Fu Huaishan and Zhu Qiming crushed him every time. Now he wanted to see if Huaishanji would dare beat his own wife. Fu Huaishan turned to Yun Shu. "Shua, you in?" "I can do it," she said with a nod. Zhu Qiming had no objections either. "Here's the rules." Shangfu Muse stepped forward. 10 shots each, highest total score wins, but if there's a tie, the fastest shooter takes it. Go big or go home. Speed and accuracy, both on the line. "Start," Shangfu Muse shouted. Yun Shu raised her arm and pulled the trigger instantly. Bang, bang, bang. 10 shots rang out in rapid succession. Before Shangfu Muse could even glance at the display, Yun Shu had already lowered her pistol. Right behind her, Fu Huaishan and Zhu Qiming finished at the same moment. "Sister-in-law, are you insane? How are you that fast?" He'd deliberately sprung the start on them, and she'd still reacted faster than both of the others. The target scores lit up the screen. Everyone looked. Fu Huaishan, 100 points. Zhu Qiming, 100 points. Yun Shu, 100 points, all tied in score, but Yun Shu crushed them on speed. Sister-in-law, now I actually believe it's not luck, Shangfu Muse said, his jaw hanging open at the numbers. Ju Chimeng felt the same for a moment. He thought that if Yun Shu weren't Huaishanji's fiancée, he'd try to recruit her for his unit. She could become a crack shot. I guess luck was on my side too, Yun Shu joked, but the hand hanging by her side was trembling slightly. Fu Huaishan walked over and took her hand. The gesture looked casual, but his big palm was already working her muscles, massaging her discreetly. She smiled at him. He was surprisingly perceptive. He'd caught her discomfort right away. Sister-in-law, I concede, Ju Chimeng said, walking up with a check. Yun Shu took it. Thank you. Hey, I'm broke for now, so Huaishanji is covering my share, Shangfu Muse said shamelessly. Fine. They played a few more rounds, but this time Yun Shu sat out, just watching from the side. Li Jun brought her a hot towel. Miss Yun, the young master asked me to bring this for your hand. Thanks. She took the towel and pressed it against her palm. You were amazing back there. I've never seen a girl look so cool. The way she'd handled the pistol was genuinely breathtaking. I still need to work on it, she said, meaning her arm strength. Li Jun thought she meant her marksmanship needed improvement, and his respect for her only grew. On the drive back, Fu Huaishan kept massaging her hand. Yun Shu watched his focused expression and felt something soften inside her chest. I'm fine now. Let me keep working it, or it'll swell tomorrow. He didn't stop. I can just train my arms. It's fine. He lifted his head, his gaze deep and still, fixed on her. You don't have to. You're perfect the way you are. Becoming stronger wasn't easy. It took effort and sweat, and he couldn't stand to see her struggle with that. Fu Huaishan picked up a black card from the seat beside him and handed it to her. The card looked simple, but it was one of only 100 limited edition black cards issued globally, held exclusively by the elite and the ultra-wealthy. Yun Shu took it and glanced at it. This is a lot of money. Don't worry, consider it part of my dowry. Dowry? Shouldn't the bride's family provide the dowry? Not this time. Fu Huaishan seemed to read her confusion. Consider this part of mine. For when I marry into your family. His eyes shimmered with an unusual light, like stars in a dark sky, pulling her in. Suddenly, the air in the car shifted. Yun Shu felt something strange spreading between them, a warmth building, making her heartbeat quicken. We're here, sir. Li Jun's voice cut through. Yun Shu snapped back to reality. She pulled her gaze away from Fu Huaishan's eyes, flustered. Well, I'm heading out. Yun Shu's voice came out a little tight. Her fingers had barely brushed the door handle when Fu Huaishan leaned across the space between them, closing the distance in half a second. His lips touched hers, barely there. Quick as a spark, Li Jun saw the whole thing. He'd only glanced back on impulse. He didn't expect to catch that. His head whipped forward so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash, burying his face like a human ostrich. Fu Huaishan kept his voice low, meant only for her. Use a warm compress when you get back. Her heart slammed harder. She nodded, pulled herself together, and stepped out of the car back in her room. It took forever for her pulse to level out. The next morning, sunlight cut through the curtains. Shen Wanzhong was up early. He stood at the window, staring at the view, but his mind kept gnawing at the same loop. He paced his study, replaying the signing details over and over. This deal was everything. He flipped the pros and cons a dozen times, still unable to commit. Outside the door, Yang Zhu hovered. 1,000 arguments raced through her head. She wanted to push him to sign, but if she pushed too hard, he'd get suspicious. The minutes dragged, and her anxiety spiked. Half an hour later, Shen Wanzhong stepped out of the study in a sharp suit, briefcase in hand. "President Shen, I was just coming to get you. Come down and eat something." Yang Zhu smiled at him, bright and easy. The man was dressed for a signing, no question. The weight on her chest evaporated. Shen Wanzhong waved her off. "No time. I've got a meeting with the client." Yang Zhu let a flicker of concern cross her face. "Then take care of yourself. Don't push too hard." She walked him down the stairs. In the dining room, Yun Shu caught the shape of him leaving. She finished her food fast, headed upstairs, grabbed her tablet and phone, and slipped out right behind him. Upstairs, Yang Zhu was on the phone with Ji Hongxian and never noticed. The downtown cafe was all soft music and polished elegance. Yun Shu and Sun Haochen sat in a booth tucked behind a pillar, hidden, but with a perfect sightline not far off. Shen Wanzhong and Ji Hongxian were at a table, thumbing through the contract. Their faces and gestures said Shen Wanzhong was about to put pen to paper. Yun Shu lifted her cup and took a measured sip. "Without any rush," she said. "When Shen Wanzhong signs, you'll hack the account." Sun Haochen's brain short-circuited, a stampede of chaos roaring through his head. He blinked at her, utterly lost. "Wait, master, you called me here to sabotage your own father?" His eyes went wide, pure disbelief. That morning, she'd told him she wanted to teach him something. He'd been buzzing with excitement, ditched his plan to sleep in, and waited on her call like a kid before a field trip. Now he realized the lesson was how to wreck a signing, and the target was his master's father. This was insane. Sun Haochen felt like he'd been struck by lightning. "Can't do it?" Yun Shu's expression stayed completely flat as she gave him a sideways glance. "No, master." Sun Haochen waved both hands frantically. "It's just, isn't this kind of wrong?" He couldn't wrap his head around why she'd want this. "That's your father. You're deliberately blowing up his deal. There's some bad blood here?" Yun Shu didn't answer. She fixed her eyes on Shen Wanzhong ahead and said, voice even, "Get ready." Sun Haochen let out a helpless breath and cursed under his breath. A master's word was law. Even though his brain was screaming objections, she'd given the order. He had to follow. He cracked open his laptop and, with a few practiced moves, slipped into the target machine without a sound. On his screen, he watched Shen Wanzhong's cursor crawl, step by step, toward final confirmation. Sun Haochen tensed, ready to strike. But second after second ticked by, and Shen Wanzhong never clicked. "Master, is your father backing out?" Sun Haochen pointed at the motionless cursor. Yun Shu said nothing, her eyes locked on the scene in front of them. Ji Hongxian tracked the hesitation and felt a knot of impatience twist in his chest. He smoothed his expression to something casual. "President Shen, what's the hold-up?" Shen Wanzhong surfaced from his thoughts. He coughed lightly and gave a thin, awkward smile. "Nothing. Just want to go over the fine print one more time." Ji Hongxian cursed silently but kept the smile on. Of course, President Shen, take your time. But I should remind you, today's the deadline. If you don't sign, this order is no longer yours. Think carefully. The threat wasn't blunt, but it landed. Shen Wanzhong's brow pulled tight. But the memory of that message from the hacker the day before made him stall all over again. Liu, sitting nearby, read Shen Wanzhong's face and knew exactly what was running through his mind. After a quick internal debate, Ma Liu lifted his coffee cup, angling it like he was about to take a sip. Then, right before it reached his mouth, he tipped it toward Shen Wanzhong's laptop. President Shen, I am so sorry. Ma Liu shot up, frantic, grabbing napkins and wiping uselessly at the spill. Shen Wanzhong flinched and lunged for the laptop, but it was too late. The coffee had already soaked the keyboard and screen. Electronics don't forgive liquid. The screen died to black. Useless. Ji Hongxian slammed out of his seat. Are you screwing with me? No, President Ge. It was an accident, I swear. Please, don't be angry. Ma Liu's voice pitched high with panic. Ji Hongxian's hand hit the table hard. Shen Wanzhong, I'm telling you now, this order is not yours. Don't bother begging. It's done. Shen Wanzhong stood, mouth opening to speak, but Ji Hongxian had already turned and was walking out the door. Yun Shu stood, ready to go feed Ji Hongxian some fake apology, but Fu Huaishan stopped her. Don't bother. He already knows we're not signing. I'm sorry, Mr. Fu, that was my decision. Forget it. I backed up the files yesterday. If you want to go another direction, I'll handle GE. Li Jun thumped his chest, already mentally preparing to beg on his knees if it came to that. Fu Huaishan waved a hand. His whole expression had lightened. That won't be necessary. I had my doubts about that hacker's warning before, but now it's crystal clear. This contract matters, sure, but terms this generous, that's not normal. The Fu Group is a single ship in rough waters right now, better cautious than sunk. He lifted his tea and took a slow sip. If I'm overthinking this, then I guess luck just wasn't on our side. Mr. Fu, don't say that. There have to be other. Li Jun's reassurance died in his throat at the sound of a familiar voice behind him. Not a complete idiot after all. Both men spun around. Yun Shu stood there, arms crossed, utterly at ease. Behind her stood a boy who looked like a college student. Miss Yun. Xingyue. She and Li Jun spoke at the same time. Yun Shu dropped into a chair without ceremony. Xiao Bai looked faintly uncomfortable. He'd come within a hair's breadth of playing the villain himself. Yun Shu, what exactly did you mean by that? Fu Huaishan let everything else fall away. He had to know. Xiao Bai, show them. On it, Ms. Yun. Xiao Bai turned his laptop toward the 2MEN. Ji Hongxian's financials filled the screen. Fu Huaishan's brain snagged on the way Xiao Bai addressed her, but then the data on that screen grabbed him by the throat. Wait, that can't be right. His losses are massive. The numbers we pulled looked completely different. Li Jun was the first to speak. He had run his own check on Ji Hongxian's company, and the two reports couldn't have been less alike. Fu Huaishan stayed silent, his gaze heavy on Yun Shu. The same question burned behind his eyes. What you saw was exactly what they wanted you to see. Her voice stayed calm, unhurried. What they didn't want you to see. You never had a prayer of finding it. The words hit Fu Huaishan like ice water poured straight into his skull. If he had signed that contract, the Fu group would be finished. His voice came out tight. Yun Shu, you knew Ji Hongxian was dirty? 3 days ago. 3 days. Hold on, Miss Yun, you're the hacker. Li Jun nearly shrieked the words. It finally landed on Fu Huaishan. The thought that had been interrupted earlier, so it was his own daughter who had wandered through his company's files at will. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, pride in her skills, or embarrassment at his network security. Maybe both. With security like yours, calling me a hacker is generous. Yun Shu's remark made both Fu Huaishan and Li Jun wince. After all, a dozen of their tech people hadn't managed to stop her. Miss Yun really is something else, Li Jun muttered, thoroughly humbled. Yun Shu, if you already knew Ji's real situation, why did you tell me to postpone the meeting? Signing that contract would have destroyed us. That was the question eating a hole in Fu Huaishan's mind. Yun Shu flicked a glance at Xiao Bai. His fingers worked the keyboard, and within seconds a fresh set of charts appeared on screen. Fu Huaishan and Li Jun leaned in, studying them. In that single moment, they were completely convinced. Let's go, Xiao Bai. Yun Shu rose and headed for the door. Right behind you. Xiao Bai snapped the laptop shut. Good seeing you, Mr. Fu. He jogged after her. Mr. Fu, I had no idea your daughter could do all that. Makes my college degree feel like a participation trophy. Li Jun had just learned what "there's always someone better" truly meant. Fu Huaishan said nothing. He simply stared at the retreating figure, like he was seeing his daughter for the very first time. Imperial View Garden. Deep in the lush garden greenery, Zhuiyang and Shangfu Muse were deep in conversation. Sun Haochen approached, a folder in hand. Boss, this just came in. He handed the file to Shangfu Muse. Shangfu Muse opened it, scanned for a few seconds, and the cold in his eyes crystallized. Muse, what is it? Zhuiyang caught the shift instantly. Shangfu Muse passed him the file. A beat later, Zhuiyang's expression hardened to match. I can't believe it's him. Real puzzle edged his voice. Boss, Mr. Zhu, those three were all Luo Juanqing's doing. They used to be his men, not his enemies. I dug into his time in the capital. He knew Miss Yun. Luo Juncheng attended Windsor Academy. Sun Haochen paused. He bullied her back then. On the surface, everything had looked unrelated, but the threads now twisted together into something ugly. When Sun Haochen finished, the garden fell silent. Even the air seemed to change direction. Luo Juncheng, eldest son of the Luo group, sent abroad years ago for his volatile temper. Officially for further study, but everyone knew the old man had exiled him. Rumor said he'd killed his own younger brother. The Luo family couldn't stomach him anymore, but after all those years overseas, he had stretched a hand back across the ocean and somehow knotted himself to Yun Shu. Watch him. Shangfu Mu's dark eyes fixed on the distance, currents churning deep beneath the surface. Fu residence. Yun Shu was mid-workout in her room when a knock came. She stopped and pulled the door open. Fu Huaishan stood there holding a paper bag of pastries. The same old brand treats her mother used to buy her. Yun Shu, I picked these up for you on the way home. His voice was small, like he was braced for her to refuse. He said on the way, but Yun Shu knew that bakery was way out on the city's edge. 2 hours round trip, minimum, so the deadbeat father actually had a conscience somewhere in there. Too bad the original Yun Shu wasn't around to see it. She took the bag, her face stayed blank. Just as she moved to close the door, Fu Huaishan spoke again. I know you didn't do what you did today for me. You did it to keep the company your mother built from ending up in someone else's hands. Don't worry, I won't let that happen either. She finally gave him a sound. Okay, you get back to whatever you were doing. He reached out and pulled the door shut for her. Just then, Su Nianqing stepped out of his room and spotted Su Mingyuan. He rushed over, plastering on his most eager grin. Dad, I'm a little short this month. Think you could spot me some more allowance? He held out his hand, trying his best to look pitiful. Su Mingyuan's brow furrowed. Out of money again. I just gave you your allowance at the start of the month. What's today's date? The kid burned through cash like it was kindling. No self-control whatsoever. It drove him insane. He gave him a set allowance every month without fail, and Li Man always slipped him extra on the side, and still, it wasn't nearly enough. Su Mingyuan felt his blood pressure spiked. Su Nianqing completely missed the warning signs. He just grinned wider and kept pushing. Come on, Dad, a little more won't hurt. Once I make it big, I'll pay you back 10 times over. Just thinking about his master plan, Su Nianqing swelled with confidence. He could practically see stacks of money waving him over. Su Mingyuan's skepticism was written all over his face. You make money? Su Nianqing thumped his chest. Trust me, that day is coming. But Su Mingyuan had zero intention of handing over a single cent today. No cash, he said flatly without even glancing back, then turned and strode off, leaving Su Nianqing frozen in place. Staring at his father's back, Su Nianqing made a silent vow. One day, Su Mingyuan would look at him differently. He would prove he had what it took to earn his own fortune. By the time Li Man finally rushed home after dinner, it was already late. She'd been on edge ever since Su Mingyuan refused to sign the contract, the anxiety gnawing at her non-stop, so she'd gone straight to see Wang Shungang. The two of them met and hashed out their next move in detail. Before they knew it, hours had slipped by. When Li Man finally stepped into the bedroom, she was caught off guard. Su Mingyuan was already sitting up in bed, watching the news. Her chest tightened. She smoothed her expression instantly and kept her voice light. Yuan Ge, you're turning in early tonight? Usually, Su Mingyuan stayed holed up in his study for ages before coming to bed. Su Mingyuan didn't look at her. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Li Man hurried over. Let me give you a massage. It'll help you relax. She reached for his shoulders as Su Mingyuan pulled away. No need. I just want to sleep. He set his tablet aside, eased himself down, and closed his eyes. Li Man's hand hung awkwardly in the air for a beat. Okay, you sleep. I'll go shower. She turned and walked into the bathroom. Once inside, she cranked the shower on, letting the water blast, but instead of stepping in like she normally would, she stayed well back, phone in hand, fingers flying as she fired off messages. Monday. The weather was perfect. All sun and clear skies. Xu Xingyue had barely walked into the classroom when she heard the buzz. She slid into her seat, and Jiao Feng immediately leaned in, grinning like he'd won something. "Boss, did you hear? We're getting a new classmate." Xu Xingyue shot him a look of pure disgust and said nothing. A new classmate, was that supposed to be exciting? "I heard it's Shangfu Muyun from Qing'an Academy," Jiao Feng added, clearly talking to himself at this point. Shangfu Muyun. They'd met before. That was it. Xu Xingyue couldn't care less. Seeing zero reaction, Jiao Feng pressed on. "Boss, seriously, what's the deal? Why would someone transfer out of the top academy to come here, and specifically to our class?" Xu Xingyue pulled her textbook from her bag, utterly unconcerned. "Who cares? Eat when it's time to eat. Go to class when it's time to go to class." Jiao Feng figured she had a point and dropped it. He started organizing his desk, planning to sleep straight through the lesson. The bell rang a moment later. Their homeroom teacher, Zhong Siying, walked in. Right behind her was Shangfu Muyun. The second Shangfu Muyun paused at the classroom door. Everyone realized the rumors about her transfer hadn't been hot air after all. Zhong Siying stood at the podium, cleared her throat, and smiled at the class. "Everyone, we have a new classmate joining us today, Shangfu Muyun. Let's give her a warm welcome." The applause that followed was thin at best. Every face in the room looked stiff. Shangfu Muyun smiled and walked gracefully up to the podium. "Hi, everyone. I'm Shangfu Muyun. I'm really happy to be in this class, and I hope we can all be good friends." But after she introduced herself, an awkward silence settled over the room. No one clapped. Zhong Siying jumped in fast. "Shangfu, why don't you take that seat up front?" She pointed to an empty desk near the front of the room. Shangfu Muyun glanced at it, then shook her head. "Teacher, would it be okay if I sat there instead?" She pointed to the seat directly in front of Xu Xingyue. Every head turned to follow her finger. The students' expressions shifted, growing even more loaded. Whispers started spreading. "She's going after Xu Xingyue, right?" a girl murmured. Another girl chimed in. "Has to be, why else would she pick that exact seat?" A boy behind them leaned forward. "Whatever her angle is, I'm protecting our class hero." "True, you can already tell she's got layers. Transferring from the top academy straight into our class. She's obviously trying to stir something up." "Exactly, plenty of rich girls pull this move. She's no different." "I heard something. It seems like Shangfu Muyun has a thing for big shot Fu, and now with Xu Xingyue and..." The girl let the sentence hang, but everyone instantly caught the meaning. "All right, go ahead and take your seat," Zhong Siying said. Shangfu Muyun walked toward Xu Xingyue's desk. Xu Xingyue spun a pen in her right hand, her gaze drifting over the new girl. Her clear eyes held zero emotion, like she'd never seen her before in her life. Shangfu Muyun, by contrast, looked eager and expectant. That one expression alone lit up everyone's gossip radar. Once Shangfu Muyun sat down, she pulled out her textbook and started listening with perfect attention. The dramatic showdown everyone had imagined never came. It almost looked like she really was just there to study. The final bell hadn't even stopped ringing before the professor was out the door. Yun spun around in her seat, practically vibrating with a grin. Yun Shu, hey, every head in the room snapped toward them like magnets. A couple of students who were halfway to the bathroom froze mid-step. They could smell it, something was about to go down, and no one wanted to miss it. Yun didn't seem to notice the audience, her eyes locked on Yun Shu. Do you remember me? From Master Fu's birthday banquet. We played piano together on stage. She actually started pantomiming the whole scene. And then you pissed me off so bad I stormed off crying, remember? Muffled gasps, then a ripple of whispers. See, told you something was up. Oh, I am so here for this. Sure, shut up, I can't hear her. Yun Shu remembered. She remembered everything. What she didn't understand was why Mu Yun was digging it all up right now. She kept her voice flat. I remember. Mu Yun exhaled like she'd been holding her breath for a century. Relief flickered across her face. So, will you teach me? I mean it. I really, seriously want to learn from you. She stared at Yun Shu, hands clenched tight, bracing for rejection. The words landed like a grenade. Wait, what? She wants to be her student, someone blurted. Ji Hongxian already calls her master. What the hell is she teaching people? And now Mu Yun too. Does Yun Shu have some kind of secret superpower? Yun Shu blinked, genuinely thrown. Mu Yun looked desperate now. She stood up, her voice tripping over itself. The piano that day, the way you played, even the professor from Vienna couldn't pull off what you did. I want you to teach me how. Yun Shu went still. That day on stage. A 1 in a million fluke. She'd never imagined someone would track her down and beg to be her student because of it. Mu Yun read the silence as a no, and her anxiety spiked. She was terrified of getting shot down. I'll pay whatever you want. You pick the schedule, just please say yes, okay? For all her rich girl, entitled attitude, Mu Yun was a genuine piano fanatic. The real deal. As a kid, she'd flown abroad alone just to train, and Yun Shu's performance that day had wrecked her. At first, it stung, then it lit something inside her she couldn't shake. She needed to learn, so she'd begged her family to let her switch schools. Now the whole room understood, but it didn't make the shock any softer. Oh, piano lessons. But wait, isn't Mu Yun already crazy good? She's won a ton of awards for Qing'an. Exactly, which means Yun Shu's actually better than her? We've been in the same class for a year. How did we miss this? A guy slapped his chest in mock agony. Yun Shu shook her head. I don't really know how to teach piano. I was just having a good day. If Mu Yun found out she'd only won because of finger speed she'd built fighting for her life, this fragile little socialite might actually faint. Not exactly a teachable skill. Mu Yun wasn't buying it. Her expression twisted. You're still mad at me, aren't you? Because I had a thing for Xingyao Ji? Yun Shu's eye twitched. Don't worry, I'm completely over him. Just teach me piano, please. A vein pulsed in Yun Shu's temple. She felt like she'd been sideswiped by a freight truck. How the hell did that man's name end up in this conversation? Mu Yun. I really can't teach you. I'm sorry. She'd already told the truth. There was nothing else to add, but Mu Yun wasn't letting up. Yun Shu, Just teach me, please, that I'll do anything. That was when the guy who'd been face-planted on his desk all period finally lifted his head. Ji Hongxian blinked, groggy and annoyed, and aimed his irritation straight at Mu Yun. Hey, classmate. If you're gonna beg someone to teach you, at least show a little respect. Hounding her like that, it's just annoying. Mu Yun's face flamed red. She hadn't expected that. She shot a flustered glance at Yun Shu, stammered a quick sorry, and fled the room. As soon as she was gone, Ji Hongxian swiveled toward Yun Shu, curiosity lighting up his tired eyes. Master, you play piano too? Yun Shu ignored him. He didn't catch the hint. Can I hear you play sometime? My ears need a serious cleanse from all the noise around here. She shot him a death glare. Get the first security layer on the site done. I'm checking it next week. He snapped upright like a soldier called to attention. Mission guaranteed. In the bathroom, Mu Yun was tucked inside the last stall, furiously wiping her eyes. She felt pathetic. Then again, even legends got rejected when they begged for a master. That thought made her feel a tiny bit better. She was the type to shake things off fast. She was just about to step out when she heard her name. Hey, Han Duo. Yun Shu really dating young Master Fu? Two girls from Class 1 had walked in with Han Duo, and they were clearly deep in gossip mode. I don't know. Duo's voice was flat, like she wanted no part of this conversation. Another girl jumped in, her tone sharper, more knowing. Honestly, I don't think it's dating, more like mutual convenience. Special tastes. Come on, Yun Shu's gotten a little hotter, sure, but she's no knockout, the girl said, her face pinched with contempt. I refuse to believe Master Fu's taste is that bad. No, I meant a special kind of fetish, gross. The two girls exchanged a look and mimed gagging. Ju Chiming didn't care about the topic. Her mind was completely wrapped up in Shuzong Yuan, so she stayed quiet. Just as the others were about to pile on, the farthest stall door banged open and Mu Yun stepped out. Whoa, it's Miss Mu, one girl said, surprise flickering across her face. Yeah, I saw her on TV. I heard she transferred to Class 6. I didn't think it was real, the other chimed in, her eyes lighting up. Mu Yun's face was anything but friendly. She ignored them, walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and started washing her hands. Ju Chiming, silent until now, suddenly plastered on a sweet smile and stepped closer. Hello, Miss Mu. I'm Ju Chiming. I absolutely love your piano playing. I've been to your concerts. The Shangfu family was one of the top 10 in the capital. Deep connections. Real powered. Mu Yun was their youngest daughter. If Ju Chiming could get on her good side, it would smooth the road for whatever she wanted to do later. All three girls realized that at the same time, and they quickly crowded around. Right, Miss Mu. I'm a huge fan of your piano playing, the girl behind Ju Chiming said, her eyes full of admiration. Me too, the chatterbox from before hurried to add, not wanting to be left behind. Mu Yun finished washing her hands. A few drops still clung to her skin. She flicked her fingers, sending water flying in every direction like scattered petals. Unfortunately, the three girls were right in the line of fire. They got sprayed, but this was Mu Yun. Not one of them dared complain. Mu Yun turned around, a sly smile playing at the corner of her mouth. I thought I overheard you talking about Yun Shu just now. Did I get that right? Mistaking her tone for approval, the three nodded eagerly. Yes. Miss Mu, you don't understand, Yun Shu is a total waste at this school. She's only known because she latched onto Master Fu, otherwise, nobody would even know her name. Ju Chimeng, unlike the other two, held on to her delicate, wronged image. She hated Yun Shu just as much, but she didn't jump in. Instead, she stood off to the side, watching. And she's a total bully at home. She's always picking on Chimeng, right? Chimeng? One of the girls tugged Ju Chimeng forward, as if to give Mu Yun a better look at the suffering. Ju Chimeng's face flickered with embarrassment. She gave a tiny shake of her head, her voice dripping with self-pity. Oh, you don't have to say everything out loud. My sister doesn't really do much to me. Only sometimes when she's in a bad mood. Miss Mu, last month Yun Shu actually broke Chimeng's arm. Tell me, isn't that cruel? Another girl added, accusation thick in her voice. They took turns, doing their best to paint Yun Shu as a monster. Mu Yun didn't know Yun Shu well enough to judge how true their words were. But Ju Chimeng's expression was unmistakable. Growing up in high society, she'd seen this brand of fake innocence plenty of times. She even knew players who were way more skilled at it. She saw straight through Ju Chimeng's. Mu Yun's face hardened, her beautiful eyes locked onto all three of them, her expression so serious it was intimidating. Her mouth curved into a mocking smirk, and she didn't hold back. The only reason you're bad-mouthing Yun Shu is because Master Fu called her his fiancée himself. Her words sliced through them like a blade, draining the color from their faces. She didn't stop. And you're just a bunch of sour grapes. As if Master Fu would ever look twice at any of you. That's a pipe dream. Then her gaze shifted to Ju Chimeng, and she pointed a finger at her. And calling you a two-faced schemer would be an insult to two-faced schemers. You don't even have the skills. Ju Chimeng's face flushed crimson. She opened her mouth to fire back, but no words came out. Mu Yun swept her icy stare over all three of them. Listen up. If I ever hear you say one more bad word about Yun Shu, I will not go easy on you. She punched the air for emphasis, then walked out of the restroom with her head high, leaving the three fuming and stomping their feet. The person she wanted as her teacher wasn't going to be disrespected by those brats. If they tried again, she'd make them see wide-up. By the time Mu Yun returned to the classroom, her expression was back to normal. She saw Yun Shu still smiling, though not clinging to her the way she had before. She told herself every apprenticeship had its setbacks, and no big deal. As long as she stayed persistent, she would definitely win her over. Lunchtime. Ji Hongxian and Yun Shu went to the cafeteria as usual. Yun Shu found a seat while Ji Hongxian went to get their food. Mu Yun walked into the cafeteria. She spotted Yun Shu sitting alone and made her way over. She dropped into a seat one spot over from Yun Shu and started eating without a word. When Li Jun got back with his tray, he spotted Mu Yun immediately. He flicked a look at Yun Shu, but she barely glanced that way. Nothing. No reaction at all through lunch. Students kept drifting over to Mu Yun's table. Guys, girls, didn't matter. They all wanted her attention. She ignored every single one of them. At the Shun residence, Shen Wanzhong hadn't gone into work. He'd been up since dawn, dragging Ju chiming into helping him pick out an outfit. He tried on one thing after another and hated every single option. Ju chiming watched him pace in front of the mirror, completely lost. The man barely cared about clothes, so what made today different? She asked him more than once. Every time, Shun Wanzhong just smiled and brushed her off. When he finally left, Ju chiming had someone tail his car. She watched him pull up to a hotel downtown. Before he walked inside, he actually stopped to adjust his jacket. The hotel manager met him with a polished smile and led him straight to the private dining room where Master Fu was waiting. Master Fu had called Shun Wanzhong personally that morning. He wanted to discuss Yun Shu's marriage to Fu Huaishan. Shun Wanzhong had been over the moon. He'd figured it was all rumors. But if Master Fu himself was calling a meeting, then it was real. As for why he hadn't told Ju chiming anything, the woman had been acting strange lately, and it put him on edge. So when she pushed, he kept his mouth shut. Inside the private room, Master Fu had arrived early and was already drinking tea when Shun Wanzhong opened the door. The old man's presence hit him like a physical force. Even sitting still, the man commanded the room like a general leading troops into battle. Shun Wanzhong's nerves tightened fast. "Ah, you're here." Master Fu rose with an easy smile. He genuinely liked Yun Shu, and that goodwill extended straight to her father. Shun Wanzhong's face was full of apology. "I'm so sorry, Master Fu, keeping you waiting like this. I can't apologize enough." Master Fu stepped closer and clapped a broad hand on his shoulder. "Nonsense, old habits. That's all. I wake early. Come, sit." He gestured toward a chair, then he stepped aside while his butler set up a seat for him. "Tea first, the young ones will be here soon." As he spoke, Shu Zongyuan poured tea for both men. They eased into light small talk. Ju chiming had followed Shun Wanzhong all the way to the corridor outside the private room. She wanted to get closer and listen in, but the two men in black suits standing guard at the door made her think twice. She decided to wait in the lobby and see who walked out with him. She'd barely sat down when she spotted Fu Huaishan stepping into the hotel. Yun Shu's hand in his. They headed straight for that private room. Ju chiming's blood boiled. So Shun Wanzhong had been sneaking around behind her back, meeting the Fu family in secret. Her other daughter was his daughter too. Why didn't he ever pay her that kind of attention? Her other daughter had been missing for days, and the old man couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. Talk about picking favorites. Ju chiming sat there alone, seething. Inside the private room, the mood was warm and easy from the moment Fu Huaishan and Yun Shu walked through the door. The smile never left Master Fu's face. When they called out Grandpa together, the old man's joy spilled over. "Hello, Uncle Shun." Fu Huaishan's voice was cool and controlled, same as always. At the greeting, Shun Wanzhong shot to his feet, his expression caught somewhere between flattery and shock. "Hello, Master Fu." He knew full well the man standing in front of him was someone he'd never even dreamed of dealing with before. Now Fu Huaishan was choosing to address him directly. It knocked him off balance. He knew it was almost certainly because of Yun Shu, but that didn't dim his excitement one bit. Master Fu spoke first. "Mr. Shun, Huaishan lost his parents young. I raised him myself, so I'm here today in their place. I hope that sits well with you." Shen Wanzhong quickly waved both hands. You're far too kind, Master Fu. Your presence here is more than enough. So Fu Huaishan's parents had died early. His grandfather had raised him. Hearing this, Yun Shu gently squeezed his hand. Fu Huaishan shot her a reassuring look. These two care for each other, Master Fu went on, and this rascal has already announced to the world that Yun Shu is his fiancée, so I wanted to sit down with you today and talk about their future properly. At the end of the day, we all want the children to be happy. Isn't that right? Shen Wanzhong's heart hammered. He rushed to agree. Yes, absolutely. You've thought of everything, Master Fu. Just then, Shu Zongyuan stepped forward and handed a check to Shen Wanzhong. Shen Wanzhong took it, his eyes landed on the number, and a thin sweat broke across his forehead. 10 billion. A small token from me. An engagement gift. Master Fu's voice stayed gentle. Shen Wanzhong stared at the staggering line of zeros, barely able to process it. He knew the Fu family was rich, but he'd had no idea they were this rich. It was crystal clear the Fu family valued Yun Shu far beyond anything he'd imagined. With a family this powerful behind her, Yun Shu would never have to struggle after marriage. The thought eased some of the tightness in his chest. He pulled in a deep breath to steady himself, then turned and handed the check to Yun Shu. This is from your grandfather. You should keep it. Yun Shu looked at the 10 billion yuan check in front of her. She didn't pause. She took it without hesitation and smiled at Master Fu. Thank you, Grandpa. Seeing her accept it so directly, the old man's lips curved up. He shot an approving glance at Shen Wanzhong. He'd done his homework on the Shen family. He knew how neglected Yun Shu had been by her father over the years, but what the man had just done showed there was still something there worth saving. Don't mention it as long as you and Huaishan are happy. That's all Grandpa needs. Master Fu's smile stretched nearly ear to ear, then he added with a sly glint in his eye, and when you two get married, I have another big gift waiting for you. Yun Shu didn't hesitate for a second. Perfect. She answered without a trace of pretense, without a shred of hesitation. Who doesn't like money? If someone wanted to hand it over, Yun Shu was perfectly happy to take it. Not a single second thought. Beside her, Shen Yishuan heard that easy yes and immediately tensed. He was terrified Master Fu would write her off as some gold digger. In his experience, most girls at least faked a little modesty at moments like this, but Yun Shu genuinely loved money. And Master Fu loved that she didn't pretend otherwise. He laughed, loud and warm. Good girl. I like that you're straightforward, ha. She tucked the check away, and just like that, the engagement ceremony wrapped. Master Fu had planned an enormous banquet, but Yun Shu said no. Too much hassle. Fu Huaishan spoiled her. If she didn't want it, it didn't happen. On the drive back, he handed her a thick folder. Curious. She flipped it open. The first thing she saw was bold oversized text, betrothal gift list. She shot a suspicious look at the man beside her and started flipping. Page 1, page 2. She gave up halfway through. It was a full inventory of Fu Huaishan's personal assets, cash, properties, stocks, funds, so many categories her head spun. She closed the folder. So, my fiancé, are you satisfied with this betrothal gift? Fu Huaishan's lips curved. his eyes dark with promise. Am not bad. Then I wonder when my fiancé is planning to give me a proper title. Yun Shu stared at him. Here was a man who had laid his entire fortune bare before her, and they weren't even married yet. Weren't all those relationship quotes always saying that if a man truly loved you, he'd give you everything? Fu Huaishan had done exactly that. If she didn't give something back, wouldn't that make her ungrateful? Give him a title. Fine, but if she was going to do it, she'd go all out. An idea sparked. She turned to Li Jun in the front seat. Li Jun, take us to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The second the words left her mouth, tires shrieked against asphalt. The car lurched to a dead stop. Li Jun's head whipped around, jaw hanging open. Had he heard that right? She just said she wanted to go home. How the hell was it the Civil Affairs Bureau now? The sudden stop threw Yun Shu forward. In an instant, a strong arm wrapped around her and pulled her tight against a solid chest. Did you mean that? Fu Huaishan's voice was low, almost unsteady. His eyes churned with something raw: hope, disbelief, a nervous thrill she'd never seen in him before. Yun Shu's lips curved into a sly smile. You handed me that betrothal gift list. How could I possibly say no? Before she finished, hot breath swept over her skin. Fu Huaishan's lips brushed hers, so light it barely registered, and then his tongue slid past her teeth, taking her mouth in a deep, possessive kiss. Boss, are we actually going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Li Jun started to turn around for confirmation. A pack of tissues shot like a meteor and smacked him square in the mouth. Now, right now. Fu Huaishan's voice was thick with urgency and irritation. Li Jun hurriedly told the driver to floor it. They shot toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Once inside, the staff processed everything at record speed. No line, no fuss. Within 10 minutes, 2 vivid red marriage certificates rested in Yun Shu's and Fu Huaishan's hands. Yun Shu stared at the little red booklet in her palm. A strange feeling swelled inside her chest. She'd never imagined that after transmigrating, she'd end up married this fast. First in both of her lives. Fu Huaishan carefully tucked his certificate into the inner pocket of his suit jacket, right over his heart. He didn't fully believe it until the booklet pressed against his chest. Then he knew this was real, not a dream. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, madam. Li Jun and the bodyguards spoke in unison, their voices echoing through the hall. Fu Huaishan extended his broad, warm hand. He gazed at Yun Shu, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Wife, let's go home? He lingered on the word home. Yun Shu smiled softly and slipped her small hand into his. Their eyes met, and a shared smile bloomed between them. Sure, my sweet husband. The unexpected nickname made everyone around them freeze for a beat. Fu Huaishan didn't mind one bit. His smile only grew brighter. They were legally married now, husband and wife. Yun Shu had never been one to cling to tradition. If he said home, she'd go home with him. Back at the Su residence, Shanishwan had already arrived. He was waiting to talk wedding arrangements with Yun Shu. He had no idea that at this very moment, Yun Shu had already moved into Royal Garden Estate as Fu Huaishan's lawful wife. The European-style estate looked like a miniature palace, radiating understated elegance. Every building sat in perfect proportion, every detail refined and exquisite. Crimson roses blazed like wildfire along the gardens, Splashing vivid color against the green. A man-made lake gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the landscape. White swans glided across its surface, stretching their necks now and then or dipping their heads into the water. And the flower beds before the main building. Blooms of every shade competed for attention, weaving a brilliant tapestry of color. At the center, a massive fountain shot water high into the air, droplets catching the sunlight. When the angle hit just right, a faint rainbow flickered through the mist. We're home. The man's deep voice was soft, indulgent, and utterly content. More than 30 maids and a full detail of bodyguards stood in crisp, silent rows outside the main residence. The head servant had assembled every one of them to greet their new mistress. The moment Fu Huaishan and Zhu Qimeng rounded the drive, the voices hit in perfect unison. "Welcome home, young master Fu and madam." Fu Huaishan led her inside, and something in his expression shifted, softened, the hard edges fading as his gaze settled on her. "Qimeng, this is our home now." Home. The word landed strangely. In her previous life, she'd owned plenty of high-end properties, but they'd never been more than places to crash. None of them ever felt like home, and back at the Zhu residence, that room had never really been hers, either. Now, with their marriage certificate official, maybe this place would be different. Maybe it could actually be her home. The thought took her by surprise. Maybe getting married wasn't such a bad thing after all. Fu Huaishan kept her hand in his as he guided her through the main house, pointing out details without any rush. The interior was all black and gray, luxurious, modern. Every detail reflected his taste. Some pieces seemed unremarkable on their own, but together they elevated the whole space without a hint of pretension. A lot of people would call the palette too dark. Zhu Qimeng liked it. The minimalist sophistication suited her. They climbed to the second floor and stopped in front of the master suite. Fu Huaishan pushed the door open. A wave of scarlet hit them like a wall of heat. The entire gray-toned room had been transformed: red bedding, red lamps, red floor mats, even a pair of red slippers waiting by the bed. Zhu Qimeng blinked. She pointed at the explosion of red, one eyebrow arching. "You did this?" Fu Huaishan nodded. "I had it arranged specially. We got our certificate today. Red is for celebration." His eyes searched her face. "Qimeng, do you like it?" There was a careful edge in his voice, like he was bracing for disappointment. She didn't answer right away. She stepped inside and let her gaze drift across the space. The setup was bold, no question about that. Red curtains, red sheets. Even the painting on the wall was red. Clashed with the original grey design, yet somehow it worked. The whole room felt complete. "I like it." She met his eyes. "Like you said. Today's a day for red." Night settled over the city, and the skyline lit up. Zhu Qimeng and Fu Huaishan made their way to the dining room for their first dinner as husband and wife. The lighting was soft and warm, casting a romantic glow over everything. In the center sat a massive round table big enough for 20 people. Fu Huaishan didn't hesitate. He pulled his chair so close to hers their shoulders almost touched. With that one adjustment, the vast table might as well have been a tiny dining cart. He looked perfectly content right there beside her. The spread was staggering. Dish after dish, and almost all of it meat. Only 2 plates of vegetables had been tossed into the mix, clearly an afterthought. It was arranged exactly to Ju Chimeng's taste. She had a serious weakness for meat. She picked up her chopsticks and dug in. Fu Huaishan watched her eat with obvious pleasure, and a quiet satisfaction settled over him. He could have skipped dinner entirely and still felt full. By now, his serving skills were flawless. The instant her eyes landed on a dish for even a second, his hand was already moving, placing it into her bowl. Halfway through the meal, Ju Chimeng pointed at one of the plates. "This one. It's really good, delicious." It was a vegetable dish. The chef had prepared it so skillfully that every trace of leafy bitterness was gone, replaced by the meaty flavor she loved. Fu Huaishan had clearly requested that creative touch. A flicker of relief crossed his face. He'd been taste testing for days to make sure she got balanced nutrition without a fight. "If you like it, that's the highest compliment the chef could ever receive." Back in the kitchen, the chef who'd made the dish got a message from the head servant. His monthly bonus had just been increased tenfold. The other cooks shot him looks of pure envy. After dinner, Fu Huaishan and Ju Chimeng walked the grounds. The estate looked completely different under the night lights. The wide lawns and winding paths transformed into something almost dreamlike. Eventually, they reached a small, elegant villa tucked behind the main house. A familiar scent drifted toward Ju Chimeng. "Hay and horses. Is this a stable?" she asked. Fu Huaishan nodded. "Want to see it?" She didn't hesitate. If there was one thing she loved as much as money, it was horses. In her past life, she'd had her own stable. Her little white horse had been her constant companion through some dark stretches. She hadn't seen him since crossing over into this life, and she often wondered how he was doing. The brief shadow of loss that crossed her face didn't escape Fu Huaishan. Gently, he took her hand and led her inside. The villa wasn't just a stable. It also housed the hands who looked after the horses. Two of them were checking on the animals. When the couple walked in, they straightened immediately. "Good evening, young Master Fu and Madam." "Carry on," Fu Huaishan said. "Yes, sir." The stable was immaculate, with more than a dozen spacious, well-lit stalls. The climate control kept the temperature perfect year-round. No overheating in summer, no chills in winter. It was obvious the horses received top-tier care. Every coat gleamed with health. Every manner was sleek and full of vitality. Among the 5 or 6 elite breeds, she spotted rare Acaltecs. Ju Chimeng moved from stall to stall, studying each animal with quiet intensity. The horses seemed just as curious about the newcomer. They all lifted their heads at once, snorting and wagging their tails at Yun Shu like a line of overeager greeters. She laughed, grabbed a handful of hay, and fed the pony, who was practically vibrating with excitement. Fu Huaishan had been trailing close behind her the whole time, tracking her every move. "Shua likes horses." She stroked the manner. "Love them. I used to have a Camarillo white named Xiao Bai, smart, perceptive, the whole package. The estate is beautiful at night." His voice drifted low, settling near her ear. She'd been crouching to feed the horse. At his words, she straightened fast. Her eyes found his, bright with anticipation. "Then let's go for a ride and see it." "Whatever my wife wants." They were already in the stable, so everything they needed was right there, riding clothes included. The stable hand quickly brought out 2 sets, black with gold trim for him, deep burgundy for her. In the changing room, Yun Shu moved efficiently, riding jacket, leg wraps, boots, gloves, helmet. Not a single wasted motion. With perfect timing, Fu Huaishan's voice reached her from outside. "Shua, are you ready?" The door swung open. Yun Shu stood in the burgundy riding kit, sleek and commanding, like a warrior queen about to ride into battle. Her posture was ramrod straight, her steps deliberate. Confidence radiated from every line of her body. "My wife is stunning." The praise left Fu Huaishan's mouth before he could stop it, his gaze locked on her, openly admiring. Other women had a delicate charm, but Yun Shu had something else entirely, a martial grace that made her impossible to look away from. She studied him right back, appreciation glinting in her eyes. "You clean up pretty well yourself." Fu Huaishan wore the black and gold riding clothes. The tailoring was flawless, the fabric rich and substantial. It traced his lean, powerful frame perfectly, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, long legs built for power. And that face could have been carved by a master sculptor. Devastating. He looked like a prince who'd ridden through hell and back just to reach his princess. They walked to where the stable hand stood holding the Fergana horse Yun Shu had been feeding earlier. Under the stable lights, the animal's coat shone like raw silk, smooth and luminous. Its body was symmetrical, packed with muscle that flowed with natural grace and restrained power. Its limbs were sturdy, its hooves hard and smooth, its neck arched high with an almost royal authority, as if it owned this land. Fu Huaishan's Fergana was a purebred among purebreds, easily worth tens of millions. Owning a creature this rare only underscored the kind of status he held. Yun Shu laid a gentle hand on the horse's back, letting the warmth and softness sink into her palm. Feeling her calm touch, the horse shifted slightly and let out a soft snort, almost like a greeting. She looked up. "Does he have a name?" "Whistling Wind." Fu Huaishan paused. "His fast, very fast." "Whistling Wind." She repeated it softly, then gave his neck a pat. "Come on, Whistling Wind. Let's go for a walk." She took the reins and led him out. Fu Huaishan stayed right behind her with an easy motion. She stepped into the stirrup and swung up, fluid and weightless, like she'd been born on horseback. The moment she settled in the saddle, the horse felt her weight and began pawing the ground, restless, hooves lifting high, magnificent. Yun Shu didn't flinch. She stroked his neck and murmured, "Easy now, Whistling Wind. Be good and I'll give you a treat later." The horse stilled instantly. Fu Huaishan stared, genuinely stunned. Whistling Wind was the most stubborn, rebellious horse in the stable. Multiple teams of seasoned trainers had fought long and hard just to keep him manageable, and Shua had soothed him into obedience with a few soft words. It was hard to believe. "Fu Huaishan, get on," Yun Shu called, steady in the saddle. She extended her small, pale hand to him without a moment's hesitation. He took it. A swift pull, a fluid leap, and he landed smoothly behind her. Her body gave a slight tremor. She could feel him now, the heat of his chest pressing broad and solid against her back. His presence wrapped around her completely, a wave of masculine warmth that made her heartbeat kick faster. A faint blush crept up her cheeks. She cleared her throat. "Let's go." A light tap of the crop sent whistling wind surging forward like an arrow released from a bow. The night breeze turned cool and sweet with speed. The estate's landscape streamed past like a moving painting, smearing into streaks of color at the edges of her vision. Yun Shu gave herself over to the exhilaration of it. For the first time since she'd arrived in this world, she felt completely, deeply at ease. At some point she let go, and the reins she'd been gripping tight slipped into the hands of the man behind her. After the wild run, Fu Huaishan worked the reins with expert control, guiding whistling wind down from a gallop into a slow, easy walk. Imperial Garden Estate sat on a hilltop at the city's edge, surrounded by mountains on three sides, a hidden paradise. He guided the horse gently now, steering them toward the forest that bordered the estate's eastern edge. Yun Shu sat relaxed in the saddle, lost in the view stretching out before them. The night was pure poetry. Thousands of city lights flickered in the darkness like scattered stars, turning the world into a sea of gold. The view stole her breath. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Then we'll come here often." His words slipped into her chest like a warm spring breeze, stirring up the shyness she had only just managed to push down. The horse carried them higher, stopping at a rocky platform on the cliff's edge. Fu Huaishan swung off the horse with quick, fluid grace, then turned and held out his hand. "Yun Shu, come down and look." She placed her hand in his and let him pull her down, landing lightly on her feet. He kept hold of her hand and led her to the edge, pointing at the sprawl of lights below. "The city's even more stunning from here at night." She followed his gaze. The view opened wide, every glittering corner of the metropolis laid out before them. The brilliance wove through the dark like an intoxicating tapestry. Before she could say anything, Fu Huaishan pulled her into his arms and held her tight. His chest was warm, his heartbeat pounded against her ear. His arms pressed her close, as if he wanted to fuse her into his own body. "Yun Shu, thank you for giving me a home." His voice was low and rough, carrying a weight of loss she could almost touch. She remembered what Master Fu had told her. Fu Huaishan had lost his parents when he was very young. Something deep inside her softened, as if an invisible hand had brushed the most tender part of her soul. In her own world, she had been an orphan too. She had never known what a parent's love felt like, but compared to him, she was not the one to pity. She had never had that love, so she didn't know the pain of losing it. He had, and he had lost it far too soon. Having something and then having it ripped away, wasn't that crueler than never having it at all? The thought stirred feelings she couldn't name. Slowly, she lifted her hands to his waist. Then she wrapped them around him. "Fu Huaishan, don't forget, you're mine." The second she said it, the man in her arms went still, and then his whole energy shifted. Long fingers tilted her chin up, bringing her eyes to meet his dark gaze. Something deep and magnetic flickered there, impossible to resist. And then his cool lips brushed against hers feather-light. This kiss was nothing like his usual intensity. He was so careful now, so slow, as if she were a rare treasure that demanded the gentlest touch. His mouth moved against hers with soft, aching pressure, like he was using this kiss to soothe every scar carved into him. Time stopped, the world fell away. Only the two of them remained. When she finally opened her eyes, her cheeks were flushed, her gaze soft and unfocused. She pressed her face against his broad chest, feeling his warmth, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. Over his shoulder, through the city lights, she could see the mountain silhouettes, peaceful, serene. Neither spoke, but the distance between their hearts had vanished entirely. By the time they got back to the main house, Li Jun rushed over. "Good evening, Master Fu, young madam." He handed a file to Fu Huaishan. "This just came in from M Country, urgent, requires your personal sign-off." Fu Huaishan took it but didn't open it. He turned to Yun Shu instead. "Yun Shu, go get some rest. I have something to handle." She nodded. "Okay." Then she headed upstairs. When she stepped into the bedroom, the overwhelming red hit her again. She adjusted quickly. The maid had already set out her nightclothes in the bathroom, so Yun Shu went straight in to wash up. By the time she came out, it was past 11. She walked to the bed, lifted the red duvet, and slid underneath, eyes closed, breathing steady, ready for sleep. For a mercenary, the ability to fall asleep fast anywhere was survival. Lying awake because a bed felt wrong could cost you your life. In the study, the lamp cast a warm, steady glow. Fu Huaishan sat in his chair, solid and unmoving as a mountain. His face was sharp, his jaw hard. The light caught the cold, perfect lines of his profile, the shadows deepening the darkness in his eyes. Li Jun stood in front of the desk, expression serious. "Master Fu, the Shun Corporation made a major move tonight. From what we're seeing, Shanixuan is pulling every string to get back here. The Wall Street side is in chaos too. Should we step in with the Shun family and block his return?" Li Jun asked. At the name, Fu Huaishan's brow tightened, his lips parted, and he let the name roll out slow. Shanixuan. The words came cold, edged with authority. Between his long fingers, a lit cigarette trailed a thin ribbon of smoke. He did not care whether the Shun Corporation survived. What gnawed at him was that this man had some kind of connection to the woman he loved, the school bag Yun Shu still used. Shanixuan had given it to her. What kind of relationship did they have? A few seconds later, his gaze turned razor sharp. "No, let him come. I want to see what he's got." Fu Huaishan crushed the cigarette between his fingers. The ember died instantly against his thumb. A cold, blood-tinged smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He washed every trace of smoke off in the guest bathroom before returning to the bedroom. The instant he walked in, he felt the sting of all that red he had chosen, but then his eyes found the small mound under the covers, and he knew red was exactly the right color. Yun Shu was already asleep, but some instinct flickered. She sensed someone enter the room. She recognized Fu Huaishan, so she didn't wake, she just stayed asleep. A moment later, the edge of the duvet lifted, the space beside her dipped. Fu Huaishan's arm curved around her waist, pulling her sleeping body against the solid heat of his chest. Yun Shu stirred, lashes fluttering. She peered up at him through the haze of broken sleep. "Just sleep, Shua." His voice scraped low against her ear, rough and soothing all at once. He pressed a slow kiss to her forehead. She didn't answer, her eyes drifted shut. Within moments, her breathing eased into a peaceful rhythm. Fu Huaishan watched her. The ghostly pallor that had haunted her face for days was finally giving way to soft color. The ugly scar was gone. Now her delicate features held a faint, natural flush, her pink lips parted slightly, like ripe cherries, testing his self-control with every breath there. Bodies lay flush, warmth bleeding through the thin fabric between them, his throat bobbed, heat rushed through him, a tidal wave that made every muscle tighten. Then he remembered she was 21. The raw urge clawing at his chest was instantly caged. He dragged in a breath, fighting for composure in his head. He began repeating the calming mantra over and over until he lost count. Every time she shifted against him, even a little, the pressure surged back against his will. Eventually, he had to move. He pulled himself out of bed and strode into the bathroom. The cold shower pounded his skin, icy needles against the fire still roaring through his blood. That night, Yun Shu slept deeply. She even dreamed, rare and sweet in the dream, Xiao Bai was there. The snow-white stallion sprawled across the grass, lazy and content. Sunlight poured over him, gilding his coat with liquid gold. She walked over, just like the old days, and rested her head against the warm curve of his belly. She murmured everything she'd been holding in. Xiao Bai listened, still and steady, nuzzling her cheek now and then as if he understood. Together, they drifted through a pocket of perfect quiet, just the two of them. When the first spear of dawn broke through the curtains, Yun Shu's eyes opened on instinct. The room, the bed, the man asleep beside her. Fu Huaishan. Yesterday flickered through her mind. The marriage certificate, the dinner, the nighttime drive, city lights streaming past the windows. She was a wife now. The realization settled over her, surreal and heavy. Moving carefully, she slipped out from under the covers, dressed in silence, and eased herself out of the room. On the bed, Fu Huaishan never stirred. He'd taken 5 cold showers that night. Dragged himself through the calming mantra until the words lost all meaning. The restlessness hadn't let go. Only when his body finally crashed from sheer exhaustion did sleep take him. He didn't notice her quiet departure downstairs. The butler and maids were already moving through their morning routines. When Yun Shu appeared at the top of the staircase, they paused as one. Smiles spread across their faces. "Good morning, young madam." The butler stepped forward. "Young madam, shall I serve breakfast now?" She shook her head. "I'll exercise first." He gave a polite nod. "Of course. If you need anything at all." "Ma'am." She moved to the flower bed near the entrance and began her warm-up stretches. Once her muscles loosened, she broke into an easy jog toward the garden. The estate's landscaping was stunning, every tree and hedge a piece of sculpted perfection. Yun Shu ran through waves of blossoms, the air cool and sweet with floral notes. Her mood lifted with each stride. She veered toward the stables to check on Xiaofeng. Then she kept going. By the time she reached the koi pond, she spotted a figure she hadn't seen in a while. The bodyguard. He stood with his back to her, fish feed in hand. He looked leaner than before. A spark lit her eyes. She shifted from a jog to a full sprint, fists clenched. She launched herself like a human missile aimed straight for his spine. The punch cut through the air with a sharp, driving wind. The bodyguard was mid-toss, but his instincts fired faster than thought. He sensed the movement behind him. The fish food scattered in a wide arc in a blur of motion. He twisted sideways and slipped out of her attack path. His fist snapped up, ready to counter, but his eyes met hers mid-swing. He froze, then straightened and bowed his head. "Good morning, Young madam. Yesterday, when Fu Huaishan and Yun Shu had returned to the estate, the bodyguard had wanted to offer his congratulations along with the rest of the staff, but he'd been afraid the young master would be angry seeing him. Afraid he'd be sent away, so he'd hidden instead. Yun Shu planted her feet in front of him, expression unreadable. Not bad reflexes. Want to spar? The bodyguard flinched. He stepped back sharply, his posture going rigid. Young madam, I can't fight you. Her eyes cooled. Save it, show me your real skill, otherwise, I won't speak up for you. The word speak up for you hit his chest like a hammer. A flash of hope crossed his face, but hesitation still held him back. Young madam, I'm a rough man. I'm afraid I might hurt you. The corner of her mouth curved, just barely. All right. Let's see who hurts who. Her voice hadn't finished its fall when her body flickered forward. Her movements weren't fast in the conventional sense. They were eerie. Fluid. In the space between heartbeats, she was in front of him. The bodyguard hadn't expected her to close the distance that quickly. Her hand was already driving toward his chest. Instinct took over. He threw up a block. In the master bedroom, Fu Huaishan stirred. His palms swept across the empty space beside him. The sheets were cool. He was instantly awake. Shua. His morning rough voice hung in the silence. No response. Fu Huaishan's brow furrowed. He reached for her side of the bed, empty, cold. His eyes snapped open and he was on his feet, crossing the room in 3 long strides before he was even fully awake. The top of the staircase, the butler saw him coming and rushed over. Young master, what's wrong? The man looked genuinely unsettled. In all his years of service, he had never once seen Fu Huaishan like this. Fu Huaishan's gaze swept the hallway. Where is she? Young madam went out for her morning exercise. She said she'd return shortly. The tension in Fu Huaishan's shoulders eased a fraction. That was when Zhu Chimeng's voice rang out from the main entrance. Fu Huaishan. She walked inside, a light sheen of sweat on her skin, Li Jun trailing a few steps behind her. Fu Huaishan descended the stairs quickly. You went to work out? Zhu Chimeng nodded. Yeah. It's a habit. I didn't see you in the bedroom for a second. I thought you'd left. He said it plainly, but she caught the weight underneath. She'd felt it too. This morning, waking up and wondering for a heartbeat if any of it had been real. No, she said. Just went to get some exercise. Li Jun, who had been hanging back in silence, finally spoke. Good morning, young master. Fu Huaishan's gaze flicked to him, brief, cold. He didn't bother with a response. Zhu Chimeng reached for his hand, her fingers threading through his. I want Li Jun to join my morning workouts from now on. Is that all right? Fine, whatever you want. His attention shifted back to Li Jun, and the warning in his eyes was unmistakable. Her safety is yours. If anything happens, you know how this ends. Li Jun's throat tightened. Understood, you can count on me. The butler appeared behind them. Young master, young madam, breakfast is ready. Fu Huaishan gave a short nod. Zhu Chimeng tugged at his hand. Come on. I need to change, and you should freshen up. We'll head down together. She pulled him toward the stairs, and Fu Huaishan's 6-foot-something frame followed like it had no say in the matter. His wife was bossing him around now. The realization caught him off guard. He didn't hate it. A flicker of amusement softened the hard lines of his face. Once they were out of sight, Li Jun let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. He'd been braced for Fu Huaishan to throw him off the estate on the spot, if the young madam hadn't spoken up. On the walk back to Building 2, he crossed paths with Shanishwan, who was heading toward the main house. Shanishwan took one look at him and yelped, "Jesus Christ! Who the hell worked you over like this, and at this hour?" He circled Li Jun, eyes bugging out. Li Jun was the best fighter on the estate. Even Shanishwan couldn't take him. But the guy had gone out to feed some fish and come back looking like he'd gone 3 rounds with a truck, split lip, swollen eye, hair a disaster. His clothes were caked with dirt, torn in 2 places. If they weren't standing inside the estate gates, Shanishwan would have pegged him for a drifter. "Spill it. Who'd you fight?" Li Jun's voice came out flat. "The young madam." Shanishwan's mouth opened, closed. A beat of silence. "Wait. Is the young master kicking you out?" Li Jun shot him a filthy look. "Just tell me, man. I can't guess." "The young master wants me to keep protecting her." The words were clipped. "Then why do you look like that if you get to stay?" Li Jun's voice rose to something close to a shout. "How do you think it feels to get your ass handed to you by a 21-year-old girl?" He'd trained in martial arts since childhood, decades of discipline, and a woman barely out of her teens had dismantled him. It was mortifying. At first, he'd held back because of who she was, but she hadn't let up, and eventually he'd been forced to defend himself. What he hadn't counted on was her ability to study his movements mid-fight and turn them against him with surgical precision. And she had one edge he couldn't counter: speed. The longer the fight went, the harder it got to block her. And this was the result. He should have listened when Shanishwan told him Ju Chiming could fight. He didn't want to talk about it anymore. He walked away, leaving Shanishwan standing there, jaw slack. Shanishwan watched his pathetic, retreating figure and felt a shiver crawl up his own spine. He straightened unconsciously. Upstairs, in the bedroom, Ju Chiming came out of the bathroom, showered and changed. Before she'd taken 2 steps, Fu Huaishan caught her by the arm and pulled her onto the sofa beside him. "What's wrong?" He didn't answer. His expression was serious as he started checking her over neck, arms, calves. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "No." She shook her head. "So you did that to Li Jun?" He'd clocked the man's condition instantly. She gave him a sheepish little grin. "I'm not that good." He held back. The tension in his face eased. "His solid," Ju Chiming added. "Just a bit rigid." Fu Huaishan didn't take the bait. He stood, pulling her up with him. "Let's eat. I'll drive you to school after." "Okay." She let the subject drop. Minutes later, a cleaned-up Li Jun reappeared among Fu Huaishan's security detail. The gloom was gone from his face, replaced by his usual cold, unreadable mask. In the classroom of Class 6. Chen Xiaoming kept glancing at the door, muttering under his breath. "Where is she? When's she getting here?" Seated in front of him, Mu Yun had heard the same thing so many times she'd practically memorized the cadence. She finally snapped, turning around with exaggerated caution. Hey, are you learning piano from Ju Chimeng too? Piano? Chen Xiaoming held up his crooked fingers. Do I look like that kind of material to you? Oh. Ji Hongxian kept insisting he wasn't learning piano from Mu Yun, but he still called Yun Shu master. Mu Yun honestly found the whole thing fascinating. What else could Yun Shu do besides play piano? Under Ji Hongxian's eager stare, Yun Shu finally arrived, fashionably late, but not really. He was just that impatient. The second she walked through the classroom door, he rushed over and practically dragged her into a seat. Master, why weren't you online last night? I messaged you and you completely ignored it. His eyes were full of hurt. He hadn't slept at all last night. Right. She'd gotten married yesterday and last night had been pretty damn great. So, yeah, Yun Shu cleared her throat. What's so urgent? Ji Hongxian spun his laptop to face her, his voice buzzing with excitement. Master, I finished it, take a look. She told him to finish the first layer of network protection by next week. After relentless effort, he'd wrapped it up early. Yun Shu leaned in and scanned the code. A few seconds later, she nodded, satisfied. Not bad for a first defense build. This is solid. You've got real potential, Ji Hongxian. She didn't hold back. Ji Hongxian nearly launched himself out of his chair. He clamped a hand over his mouth to stop from shouting. The truth was, Ji Hongxian came from a solid family. His older brothers all headed well-known companies, each one sharp and capable. But Ji Hongxian only ever cared about the internet. In the eyes of his elders, he was a slacker. The black sheep that made him practically invisible at home. Before Yun Shu, he'd had to figure everything out alone. He'd been scammed, taken advantage of, but he never gave up. Now, building that first layer of defense, the entry test for becoming a real hacker, he was so overwhelmed he couldn't even find the words. A few seconds later, he bolted out of the room. Yun Shu stared after him, completely confused. It was exam day. She was just starting to wonder if he'd even bother coming back when he ran in again. Only now his face was wet, droplets of water still clinging to his skin, and his eyes were a little red. Master, thank you. Without you, I never would have finished the first level. His voice came out rough. Save it, there are plenty more layers to go. Pull yourself together. Her tone was cool and crisp. She fixed him with a sharp look. Don't worry, Master. I won't embarrass you, he promised. Then Yun Shu's next words sent his mood on a complete 180. Good. Today's the monthly exam rank in the top 100. Ji Hongxian's eyes went wide. Master, I don't know objections. This is part of the mission. Don't tell me you can't do it. She knew exactly what he was capable of. He'd just been pouring all his time into the internet, forgetting that knowledge was a hacker's most critical asset. She'd boxed him in, and there was nothing left to argue. He could only nod and accept, which meant a few of their classmates noticed something jaw-dropping. Midway through the exam, Ji Hongxian, the guy who'd slept through class for over a year, actually picked up a pen and started answering questions. The news spread fast among the students. Some figured he just couldn't sleep. Others thought he'd suddenly fallen in love with studying. A few decided he was so bored he'd started filling in answers since the exam was a full 2 hours. Basically, everyone had a wild theory. Ji Hongxian, of course, knew nothing about it. The second the bell rang, he threw all his energy right back into the network. A Tishan corporation, Shen Wanzhong and the manager were going over the final agreement confirmation. When everything was settled, they both exhaled. President Shen, I don't know the full story, but I have a feeling Miss Yun's plan is going to work. The manager's face lit up with excitement. They weren't at the finish line yet, but just looking at the plan, he could already see victory ahead. Shen Wanzhong nodded. Yun Shu's strategy is very thorough. So should I contact Captain Zhu now? Shen Wanzhong waved a hand. Go ahead. The manager left the office. Shen Wanzhong stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the clouds drifting across the sky, lost in thought. A long moment passed before he murmured to himself, Mu Yun. Yun Shu's grown up. If only you were still here. By afternoon, only one class remained. When Yun Shu got out, Fu Huaishan's car was already parked in the principal's reserved spot. The bodyguard stood beside the vehicle. Seeing her, he dipped into a respectful bow. Good evening, young madam. Yun Shu nodded and climbed inside. Fu Huaishan was on a call, probably with the foreign branch office, because he was speaking entirely in English. Listening to his flawless accent, Yun Shu almost felt like she'd crossed into another country. He ended the call and leaned his tall frame toward her. What's wrong? His handsome face was inches from hers, studying her closely. Yun Shu thought maybe she had something on her face and lifted her hand to wipe it off. Before she could, Fu Huaishan pressed his cool, thin lips to hers. A brief touch, and then he pulled back. Let's have dinner at Grandpa's place, okay? His voice stayed soft. Okay. Yun Shu had no objections. Eating, that was something she was very good at. The Rolls-Royce glided smoothly along the wide road. Half an hour later, the car rolled to a stop in front of FS International Shopping Plaza in the city center. Yun Shu had been snacking and hadn't paid attention. She looked around. I thought we were going to Grandpa's. We'll stop at the mall first. Do you need to buy something? She was confused. Did he seriously need to shop in person? One phone call and the butler could handle anything. He read her expression instantly. Some things, we have to buy together. Find it if he said so, she'd go along. Fu Huaishan took her hand and led her inside. The bodyguard and a few other men fell into step behind them as they entered the private elevator. The FS International Mall chain belonged to the Fu family, so a dedicated elevator was always available for family members. The bodyguard pressed the button for their floor. The entire level had been cleared of shoppers and completely remodeled. Even the year-end inventory didn't look this pristine when the doors opened. The general manager and a row of executives were already waiting on both sides, bowing in unison. Welcome, Chairman Fu. Welcome, Mrs. Fu. Fu Huaishan gave a slight nod, his large hand still holding Yun Shu's. He moved forward. The crowd followed. Rows of jewelry counters gleamed under the soft lighting. Every single one was a top-tier international luxury brand. They stopped at the Vanderanti counter, the #1 jewelry brand in the world. Under the spotlights, every display case gleamed, each piece throwing off a brilliant, hypnotic light. Sure. See anything you like. Yun Shu hadn't expected him to bring her jewelry shopping. You're buying me a diamond ring? A corner of Fu Huaishan's mouth lifted. Yeah, wife picks, husband pays. Right, she picked. He paid. Okay, she said. Normally, diamonds like these were locked inside custom bulletproof glass cases. Vanderanti catered strictly to the top-tier elite. They didn't pull out their high-end inventory for just anyone, but today was different. The store's most extravagant diamonds were laid across the glass counter like produce at a market, arranged close together so Yun Shu could try them on as she pleased. She scanned the spread and paused at the centerpiece. A pink diamond, 13.14 carats, priced at $600 million. She slipped it onto her finger. How does it look? She held her hand up toward Fu Huaishan, who had been shadowing her the whole time. Beautiful. The praise came immediately against her fair skin. The pear-shaped pink diamond made her fingers look even more delicate. I think so too. Yun Shu drew her hand back and examined it closely, then murmured, but if I ever have to throw a punch, it'll get in the way and it'd be easy to damage. Fu Huaishan let out a low laugh, the hard line of his mouth softening. Don't worry. If it breaks, I'll buy you another one. The staff nearby stood frozen. The entire floor had gone quiet, so even though Yun Shu hadn't raised her voice, everyone heard. They traded glances. Not a word was spoken, but the thoughts racing through their heads were louder than anything. Oh my God. She's wearing a $600 million ring and she's thinking about throwing punches. What kind of life does this woman live? You had to admit, the CEO's wife had taste, first pick, and she went straight for Vanderanti's crown jewel. And the CEO spoiling her like that. If it breaks, buy another, for $600 million. The bodyguard standing closest to them felt his eyelid twitch. Great. Now his morning sparring sessions were going to hurt a hell of a lot more, getting clocked by a $600 million ring. Alright, I'll take this one, Yun Shu decided. Good. See if anything else catches your eye. If not, I'll have the brand visit the house and custom design a few pieces for you. His low voice dripped with absolute indulgence. Yun Shu glanced at the ring on her finger, then at his large hand. Her eyes flickered with an idea, and she tugged Fu Huaishan toward the wedding band counter. Let's get matching rings. Sure, whatever you want. Let me pick, then. She started browsing seriously, but which pair? There were too many options. While she hesitated, the mall manager strode over from the entrance, a warm smile creasing his face as he slipped into sales mode. Madam, these sets arrived this morning, limited edition. He gestured toward a nearby selection. Every design carries a meaning perfectly suited to you and the CEO. See, when the two rings are placed together, they form a complete circle. This design just won a gold award. He demonstrated the clever interlocking mechanism. Not bad. I like it. Yun Shu picked up a star motif set with an 8-figure price tag. Just as she was about to try it on, Fu Huaishan spoke. Let me. He took the ring from her hand and slid it onto her finger. She watched him, those long, clean fingers easing the band into place with deliberate care. It felt like a vow. The size was perfect. The style was exactly what she would have chosen. Yun Shu picked up the men's ring and held it out to Fu Huaishan. Now let me put yours on. A faint blush crept over her cheeks. He extended his hand without a word, watching her small fingers, now wearing a matching ring, slip the band onto his. The emotion swelling in his chest spread into an endless tide. It looks incredible on you. Fu Huaishan carried himself with a cool, aloof presence. The men's ring was simple, with a single diamond set into the band that it matched him perfectly. That's because my wife has excellent taste. That low, cool voice coated in sweetness was addictive, impossible to resist. The blush on Yun Shu's face deepened from pink to crimson. She was starting to seriously doubt Fu Huaishan's claim that he'd never been in a relationship before. Flirting like this, he was a natural. The mall manager discreetly stepped back. The CEO's words, he'd pretend he hadn't heard a thing. Ahem. Yun Shu cleared her throat, then pointed to the other rings she'd considered earlier. I like these too. I'll take all of them. Wrap all of them for the madam. Fu Huaishan didn't even glance at the pieces. The moment Yun Shu said she liked them and wanted them all, he gave the order. Yes, CEO. The manager personally packed everything, his movements quick and efficient. Anything else you like? Yun Shu scanned the counter one more time, then shook her head. No. Have the brand send all new arrivals directly to Imperial Garden, Fu Huaishan instructed the manager. Yes, CEO. The manager did a silent calculation. This brand's stock was about to soar. If the CEO's wife liked it, it was going straight to the top. Also, Fu Huaishan added, aside from what the madam just chose, I don't want to see anyone else wearing the same designs. The manager caught on instantly. Whatever the madam wore would be one of a kind. Unsold stock would be pulled, sold pieces would be bought back at a premium. The CEO really knew how to spoil his wife. And the madam might look young, but her power over him was on another level. If the manager knew that the legendary financial tycoon had been the one pursuing Yun Shu from the start, he'd probably have a heart attack on the spot. Let's go. Fu Huaishan took her hand. Their new rings clicked softly together, scattering brilliant flashes of light. All right, she stopped. Wait. Let's pick out a gift for Grandpa first. Sure. He agreed without a second's hesitation. Fu Huaishan glanced at the mall manager, who immediately hurried off. A few minutes later, when Yun Shu and Fu Huaishan reached the gift floor, the entire department was empty again. The senior management entourage trailed behind them, silent. Fu family estate. Night had fallen. Lights flickered to life across the grounds, setting the manor ablaze in a brilliant glow. The last time she'd set foot here, she'd been Fu Huaishan's date for Master Fu's birthday banquet. Now, on only her second visit, she was his wife. A little over a month. Talk about a total transformation. We're here. Yun Shu had been staring out at the night. The voice beside her pulled her back. Fu Huaishan parked right in front of the main gate. Master Fu and the butler were already waiting at the entrance. The moment they saw the two step out of the car, huge smiles broke across their faces. Grandfather. Grandfather. Ah, good kids, Xiaoye. Come here, grandfather has prepared a feast for you. Master Fu didn't even glance at Fu Huaishan. He grabbed Yun Shu's hand and pulled her straight into the living room. The butler stepped forward. Young master. When master heard that Miss Yun Shu was coming, he spent the whole afternoon in the kitchen watching the chef work. Fu Huaishan nodded. Butler, from now on, address her as young madam. Ah, the butler didn't react fast enough. The man had already walked inside. Master Fu and Yun Shu were seated at the large round table, which was practically buried under dishes. The spread was lavish, all meat. Yun Shu's eyes lit up. Fu Huaishan, on the other hand, looked pained. He hadn't even taken his seat when Master Fu told Yun Shu to start eating. At the table, the old man kept piling food onto Yun Shu's plate. Eat up, girl. Don't buy that nonsense about staying skinny to be pretty. Lies. Every bit of it, got it? Yun Shu nodded, still chewing. She finally swallowed a piece of braised pork. Don't worry, grandfather. I'm really good at eating, and I'm not afraid of gaining weight. She burned a ton of energy daily. She needed the nutrition, huh? That's what I like to see. That brat Huaishan hated eating when he was little. I had to chase him around the house just to get a single bite down. Infuriating. The old man shot a sharp glare at the man sitting nearby. Grandfather, that was before I was 3. And it only happened once. So what if you were 3? I can't talk about it now. Master Fu raised his voice, the threat of spilling bedwetting stories hanging thick in the air. Fu Huaishan closed his mouth. Girl, if you ever want a home-cooked meal, I'll send my chef over to cook for you. Master Fu's chefs were national banquet level, not something anyone could just ask for. Yun Shu nodded obediently. She picked up a lion's head meatball and placed it in the old man's bowl. Grandfather, you should eat too. It's delicious. Fu Huaishan winced at the greasy meat. His grandfather had high blood pressure and hadn't touched meat dishes in a long time. This entire table had been prepared just for Yun Shu. Grandfather. Before he could finish, Master Fu cut him off. Mind your own plate, stop meddling. And then he ate the meatball in one bite. Fu Huaishan sat in silence. After dinner, the 3 moved to the living room to rest. Master Fu had a deep love for Chinese culture, so the manor's main building reflected his preferred style. Stepping inside, the first thing that caught the eye was a golden Nanmu accent wall, its faint woody scent creating a sense of peace and solemnity. In front of it stood a purple sandalwood screen inlaid with treasures, the mother of pearl so vivid the figures seemed almost alive. At the center of the room sat a set of carved golden Nanmu chairs, their backrests featuring high-relief lions playing with a ball, each beast sculpted with stunning detail. Bright yellow brocade cushions, embroidered with golden sea and mountain wave patterns, caught the light. A curio cabinet displayed a collection of genuine antiques, Shang and Ju bronze ritual vessels, Song and Yuan official ware porcelain, all rare treasures. Yun Shu could tell at a glance they were the real thing. Girl, see anything you like. If you do, grandfather will give it to you. The old man waved a hand as if the pieces were worthless trinkets. No need, grandfather, I'll just look. I'm not at the level to handle these yet, Yun Shu said calmly. Treasures had to recognize their owner. She hadn't reached grandfather's level of mastery. Even if she took something, she wouldn't be able to make it show even a tenth of its true splendor. Master Fu clearly hadn't expected that answer. He stared at her, astonished. After a moment, the warmth in his eyes deepened. People these days were so restless and shallow. A young person so in control of her inner self was rare. Girl, what can I say? If that brat Huaishan ever treats you badly, don't you worry, I'll take your side over his. The old man slapped his palm down, his expression deadly serious. Grandfather, you won't get the chance to take her away. Fu Huaishan's voice was flat. That was his promise. He would never mistreat Yun Shu. Oh, that's right, grandfather. I brought you a gift today. Yun Shu lifted the gift bag. The moment Master Fu heard gift, eagerness lit up his face. What did you get me, girl? Yun Shu unwrapped the packaging, removed the box, and lifted the lid. Inside lay a dark green panel roughly the size of a grown man's two hands. Girl, what is this? Master Fu couldn't tell at first. Click, a tiny unlocking sound against the window glass, a full battle sandbox projected in luminous detail. Master Fu shot up from the sofa. Girl, is this? Yun Shu stood too and touched a button. Grandfather, this is the digital sandbox of the last battle you fought in. Yes, it truly is. That's. The old man was too excited to form a full sentence. Through the digital display, his cloudy eyes seemed to see that battle from long ago. Can I operate the fortifications myself? Yes. Grandfather, let me teach you. Yun Shu set the controller into his hands and guided him through each function. A veteran, Master Fu picked it up fast. Soon, within the digital sandbox, defensive works and command posts, the full preparations for an important battle began to take shape. Right now, Fu Huaishan wasn't an 8-year-old man. He was the battle-hardened general who once rode the killing fields. Girl, come look at my terrain model. Where does it need adjusting? The old man was having the time of his life, but he still wanted Yun Shu's input. Grandpa, I think right here. They fell into it together, shifting pieces across the table. Yun Shu was young, but she had a sharp, instinctive eye for battlefields and strategy. The more they talked, the more their minds clicked. Fu Xingyao stood back, watching in silence. The happiness swelling inside him was something new. Complete. An hour later, the terrain model was finally put away. Girl, I love this gift. Ha ha. I really do. The old man's smile didn't budge. I'm glad you like it, Grandpa. The butler entered with freshly brewed tea. Grandmaster, young madam, please, have some tea. He set down the mutton fat jade tea set and started to step away. Fu Huaishan called him back. Old Zhong, what did you just call Xiaoye? The butler paused. He glanced at Fu Xingyao, then spoke clearly. Grandmaster, I called her young madam. At the young master's instruction. The old man's eyes swung to Fu Xingyao, a question waiting. Without a word, Fu Xingyao pulled a small red booklet from his suit pocket. Grandpa, you and I got our marriage certificate. Fu Huaishan looked like he couldn't believe what he'd heard. His gaze shifted to Yun Shu, standing beside him. She nodded for a moment. He was stunned. Then a booming laugh broke out. Ha ha, wonderful girl, you're my grandson's wife now. He pointed at Fu Xingyao. Not bad, you found me a granddaughter-in-law like this. He slapped his thigh. Old Zhong, go get it. Yes, Grandmaster. The butler returned quickly with a compact, refined safe right in front of Yun Shu. The old man entered the code and drew out an antique wooden box. The box gave off a faint, elegant fragrance here and there. It showed signs of age, but if it ever hit the open market, it would still command a fortune as a priceless antique. Fu Huaishan placed the box in Yun Shu's hands. Girl, open it. She did. Nestled inside lay a jade bracelet. Grandpa, this is, The Fu family heirloom bracelet. It's come down from your great-grandmother's generation, then to Xingyao's mother. Now it's time for you to have it. At the mention of Fu Xingyao's late mother, a shadow of sorrow flickered in the old man's eyes. The bracelet shimmered with shifting shades of green, a graceful gradient from light to deep. The color was lustrous, the surface warm and satiny. Look closely, and you'd see two lifelike phoenixes carved into the jade, each feather impossibly delicate. The stone itself was of the highest quality, dense, perfectly clear, without a single impurity. Its value wasn't just in the material or the craft. It was a treasure passed through the bloodline of the Fu family, its heritage worth far more than any modern jewelry. Xingyao, put it on your wife, quick. Fu Xingyao lifted the bracelet and slid it over Yun Shu's wrist. It's beautiful, she said, and meant it. Granddaughter-in-law, Grandpa told you, when you and Xingyao got married, I had a big gift waiting. Now that you've made it official, I'm giving it to you today. Fu Huaishan took a contract-like document from the butler. These are 10% of Fu Corporation's shares. They're yours. Yun Shu stared at the document, worth billions. Her mind went blank. Grandpa's big gift really was enormous. Grandpa, this is too much. For the first time, she hesitated in front of something offered, but the old man cut her off. Girl, if you don't take it, I'll get angry, and when I get angry, my blood pressure spikes, then I faint, and next thing you know, I'm in the hospital. Yun Shu lifted a hand. Grandpa, I'll take it. Don't say any more. That's my girl. Ha ha. Fu Huaishan laughed, utterly delighted that it was growing late. Fu Xingyao intended to take Yun Shu home, but a sudden downpour hit. The rain came down hard, and the old man wouldn't hear of them leaving, so they agreed to stay the night at the old mansion. That evening, in the huge, lavish room, Fu Xingyao and Yun Shu took in the red decorations, exactly like the ones back at the royal garden apartment. They traded a smile. Like grandfather, like grandson. The same playbook. By now, Yun Shu had gotten used to it was late, and she had school in the morning. She tugged off her jacket as she headed for the bathroom. Xingyao, I'm going to shower first. I'm beat. He answered, okay. Water sounded from the bathroom, and Fu Xingyao surveyed the red-soaked room. Tonight, he already knew, would be another impossible night to sleep through. The next morning, Yun Shu woke early to exercise. Fu Xingyao had, as usual, barely caught sleep before dawn. Outside, she found the old man practicing martial arts. Good morning, Grandpa. Xiaoye, why are you up so early? Fu Huaishan hadn't expected her at this hour. He peered behind her. She was alone. Grandpa, I'm used to morning workouts. Oh, child, you should sleep in a little longer. You've got school later. Yun Shu shook her head. No need, Grandpa, but that boxing you were just doing, could you teach me? The old man's eyes lit, a delighted smile breaking across his face. Of course, come. Grandpa will teach you right now. He started explaining the moves and the key principles, detailing the meaning behind each stance as he demonstrated. Yun Shu gave it her full focus, watching his movements, mimicking them. The old man guided her patiently, correcting her form. In no time, she had the basics down and could smoothly execute several moves. They were deeply absorbed when Fu Xingyao, freshly showered and dressed, came down the stairs. The main gate, The old man and the young woman stood together against the early sunlight, their silhouettes perfectly harmonious. Half an hour later, Master Fu found his so-called late-sleeping grandson. He didn't bother hiding his mood throughout breakfast. He ignored Fu Xingzi completely. "Grandfather, Xingyao and I are heading out." Fu Xingzi said his goodbyes, but the old man walked straight past him instead. He personally saw Fu Xingyao to the door. "Good girl. Come visit your grandfather more often." He genuinely adored her and hated watching her leave. "I will, grandfather. I'll come back all the time." "Good, now hurry, or you'll be late for school." Fu Huaishan waved them off. "Bye, grandfather." Fu Xingyao waved from inside the car. "Goodbye." It wasn't just Fu Huaishan who felt that pull toward her, she felt it too. Being around him reminded her of the old man she'd met in the X-world. Inside the car, Fu Xingzi pressed his fingers to his temples. "Didn't sleep well?" Fu Xingyao asked. He turned to look at her, those dark eyes heavy. His voice held a thread of resignation. Grow up a little faster." The man had never slept once in his entire life. And now, because of her, he'd done it twice. She blinked at him, confused. He answered with nothing but a helpless smile. By 10 that morning, the sun hung bright in the sky. Then a news alert detonated like a bomb, sending shockwaves through every circle in the capital. The headline: Chairman of Shun Corporation dead. According to the report, the business titan had been in a catastrophic car accident in the early morning hours. He didn't survive. It either. Same moment, another rumor was already spreading. Shenixuan, the eldest son, had rushed back from overseas first thing that morning. The public sat stunned. Shun Corporation was legacy wealth, a pillar of the capital's business world. One of the 4 great families. But a scandal 2 years ago had cast a long shadow over that name. Word was, the eldest son had killed his own brother with his bare hands. He'd been exiled abroad as punishment. Now the old chairman was dead, and the exiled son was back. The whole murky situation just got darker. People couldn't help but wonder, with Shenixuan's return, was a storm about to tear through the capital? At Shun Corporation headquarters, the air was suffocating. Shenixuan didn't go to the morning hall the way everyone expected. He came straight here, to the chairman's office outside. The door, senior executives stood frozen in a row, their faces carved with worry, and no one dared knock. Inside that sprawling office, silence held absolute control. Shenixuan, dressed in a white suit, lounged back in the chairman's chair. His long legs were crossed and propped casually on the desk. Sunlight fell through the window in sharp angles, illuminating the cold, severe lines of his face. In his hand, he toyed with the chairman's nameplate. The gold lettering caught the light and flashed. He stared through the glare, lost in thought. "Let me in." A woman's scream tore through from outside. "Shenixuan, get out here. You bastard, face me." Her voice went ragged, but the guards blocked every lunge. A soft click. The office door opened from the inside. Shenixuan stood there, taking in Zhu Chimeng's rage-twisted face. "Stepmother, long time no see." He smiled wide, the greeting dripping with false warmth. "You've aged horribly. Didn't the old man feed you well enough?" The executives outside all dropped their gazes. Dirty laundry of the rich was an ugly thing to witness. You bastard, you murdered your father and you dare show your face here? Ju Chimeng shrieked like a woman possessed, her mourning clothes already a mess from struggling against the guards. Evidence. Shen Yishuan didn't flinch, hands in his pockets. He leaned against the doorframe. You do know you need evidence to make an accusation like that, right? I'll find it, you just wait. She jabbed a trembling finger at him, then stormed off in a fury. Sure. I'll be waiting. Don't take too long. He called after her, then turned to the cowering executives. His mood seemed excellent. Spread the word, the old man's dead, everyone take the day off to celebrate. He walked back inside and the guard pulled the door shut. The executives traded glances in each other's eyes. They saw the same stunned disbelief. Shun Corporation was headed for a reckoning. T Windsor Academy, it was gym period. The entire Class 6 had gathered in the gymnasium for shooting drills. On the court, boys and girls lined up in separate rows to take their shots. Under the teacher's supervision, everyone had to sink 10 standard shots to pass. Fu Xingyao stood last in the girls' line, but she was the first to knock out all 10 clean and drop onto the bench. The remaining girls wore expressions of pure agony. They despised this kind of sweaty exercise. The boys were mostly finished too. Only Ji Hongxian and one other guy were still testing from the court. Ji Hongxian kept shooting desperate looks toward Fu Xingyao. She ignored every single one. The boy was simply too out of shape today. He could use the workout. With only 15 minutes left, the teacher finally took pity and let Ji Hongxian and a handful of struggling girls rest. Everyone practically exploded with relief. Ji Hongxian dragged himself to the bleachers and collapsed beside her. Master, you let me die out there. I'm your one and only disciple. You didn't no need to revive you. Her voice was flat. He clutched his chest like he'd been stabbed. Then he froze beneath a basketball hoop on the far end of the gym. A cluster of senior girls had surrounded Mu Yun. It looked like trouble. Master, look. Ji Hongxian grabbed Fu Xingyao's sleeve. She followed his gaze and saw Mu Yun being shoved hard by a girl a full head taller. The students of Class 6 saw the whole thing, but not a single one of them stepped in. They just stood there, watching like it was live gossip. There were 2 reasons for that. For one, she was the new girl, and nobody really knew her. For another, that old, ugly resentment toward the rich and powerful kicked in faster than common decency. The Mu family had the most influence in Class SIX, so naturally, everyone looked at Mu Yun through a biased lens. Mu Yun, just because your last name is Mu, doesn't mean you can be shameless. The girl pointing at Mu Yun stood a full head taller than her. Mu Yun didn't flinch, her eyes locked on the taller girl, and she pointed right back. Yeah, I'm a Mu. That doesn't give you the right to spread lies about me. I didn't steal your disgusting boyfriend. I don't even know him. He wrote me a love letter on his own, and I didn't even read it. A ripple of excitement shot through the crowd. Oh, boyfriend war, one guy said, grinning. This should be good. Another chimed in, Mu Yun's taste can't be that bad, right? Face full of pimples. Is she talking about that junior everybody calls Toad Lee? Has to be. He's the only one with a face like that anyway. Who cares? Let's watch. Yeah. The tall girl was furious now, her crush reduced to a joke. Her face went red. She raised her hand, aiming a hard slap at Mu-Yun's cheek. But before the blow could land, Mu-Yun moved. She caught the girl's wrist and stopped the hit cold. Then, using the momentum, she jumped up and, faster than anyone could track, slapped the tall girl right across the face. A sharp crack echoed through the GYM. Mu-Yun planted her hands on her hips and glared at the stunned girl. You thought you could hit me? Let me tell you something. I'm not just good at piano. I can fight, too. The few friends who'd come with the tall girl never expected Mu-Yun to hit back. This delicate Mu heiress didn't hesitate for a second. The tall girl hadn't expected it either, but when she noticed the entire gym staring at them, her humiliation boiled into pure rage. She was not going to lose face in front of all these people. She forced her expression into something cold, then barked at her friends. What are you all standing around for? Get her. Whatever happens, I'll handle it. Today, I'm going to ruin that pretty face of hers. At her command, the girls quickly circled Mu-Yun. Boss, Mu-Yun's got some skill. 1 against 6. Li Jun said, surprise in his voice. He sounded genuinely impressed. He didn't know how this would end, but her attitude was solid. Yun Shu watched Mu-Yun as the circle closed in, her brow furrowed. The fight erupted fast, kicks, punches, chaos. The Class 6 students stood around like they were watching a street brawl on reality TV. Nobody helped. They pointed, they laughed, they acted like it was all a game. Mu-Yun was the spoiled youngest daughter of the Mu family, but she'd learned some self-defense. Against this group, she managed to hold her own, weaving through the pack, dodging and landing a few hits. The other girls couldn't get a clean shot. Then, just as Mu-Yun shoved a short-haired girl away, the tall girl who'd started it all slipped behind her. She pulled back her fist, ready to strike Mu-Yun from behind. Everyone saw it. Gasps rippled through the crowd. A few voices shouted, "Watch out! Behind you!" But Mu-Yun, caught in the fight, didn't notice the danger closing in. Bam! A scream tore through the air, and chaos erupted behind Mu-Yun. She spun around. Yun Shu had materialized in front of the tall girl like a ghost. A single swift kick sent the girl flying several feet back, slamming into the basketball hoop support like a broken doll. The impact shook the gym. 6 against 1. Real impressive, seniors. Yun Shu's lazy voice rang out, and a chill ran down every spine in the room. The girls who'd been fighting Mu-Yun froze mid-swing. They stared at Yun Shu. The tall girl clutched her stomach, glaring up at her. Yun Shu, this has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. Yun Shu had already built a reputation at school. The moment she appeared, everyone recognized her, and she'd been publicly announced as Mr. Fu's fiancée. That alone made anyone think twice before crossing her, but they still hoped she'd just mind her own business. Yun Shu didn't budge. She clasped her hands behind her back and took one slow step forward. That single step carried an invisible weight, a pressure that made everyone nearby flinch. Mu-Yun's heart clenched the moment Yun Shu stepped in. Her eyes burned red before she could stop them. She hadn't shed a tear when she was surrounded, but seeing Yun Shu now, she couldn't hold it in any longer. The Class 6 bystanders started shouting at Yun Shu. Yun Shu, teach these juniors a lesson, show them we're not a bunch of pushover They were thrilled, like they were watching a show put on just for their entertainment, but Yun Shu didn't give them what they wanted. Her gaze swept the room, cold as ice. Wherever it landed, guilt flickered in their eyes. Mu Yun is one of us in class 6 now, Yun Shu said, her voice calm but edged with frost. When she was surrounded, what did you all do besides watch? She let the silence hang, then her eyes sharpened. Answer me. The question shamed every last one of them into silence. I remember, Yun Shu said, her voice slicing through the noise. Our class might have the worst grades, but we used to be the tightest. Now all you do is gossip and stir up crap. What else are you good for? The words landed like open-handed slaps. The loudest mouths dropped their heads like ostriches, unable to meet her stare. Miss Yun, they're trying to run, a classmate shouted. The students who'd been shrinking under Yun Shu's glare whipped around. The tall girl who'd started the fight was already slipping out from under the basketball hoop toward the exit, and her friends were right behind her. Stop them. Yun Shu gave the order, and the classmate planted himself in front of the door. The girls shoved at him, frantic. You jump one of ours and now you're gonna bail? Not a chance. A girl from class 6 charged forward, the rest followed right behind her. 6 against 1. Let's see how you like 20 against 6. Come on, ladies, we've got each other's backs. With that rallying cry, they swarmed the 6 troublemakers and started hitting back. They were smaller, but there were a lot more of them. In seconds, they had the instigators surrounded. Yun Shu stood off to the side, watching quietly. A flicker of approval crossed her eyes. This was what a class should look like, unified, no-one playing spectator. Everyone stepping in together. It was worth noting that the seniors who'd started it were all girls, so only the class 6 girls retaliated. The boys of class 6 had just been gutted by Yun Shu's words, and they were practically vibrating with the need to prove themselves. But they couldn't exactly throw punches at girls, so they just stood there trading awkward glances, completely stuck. Then, right when their shot at redemption seemed gone, an unexpected opportunity walked through the door. Someone must have tipped off the senior guys, because a whole crew of them came charging into the gym looking for a fight. They barely had time to register what was happening before the class 6 boys, already dying to hit something, tackled them to the floor and started swinging. The gym erupted. Word tore through the school faster than a 5-alarm fire. The seniors, male and female, had been completely wiped out by the sophomore class 6. The whole campus buzzed. Everyone was talking about it. The principal's office. The principal stared at Yun Shu and Shangfu Muse, both standing ramrod straight in front of his desk. His head throbbed. One of them had sparked the whole mess. The other had ended it, and he couldn't afford to cross either one. Shangfu Muse threw the first punch. Yun Shu secured the victory. She'd dismantled dozens of seniors with nothing but words. He couldn't reprimand the first one, and he couldn't touch the second, so the principal just sat there, rubbing his temples right. When his headache was peaking, the class 6 homeroom teacher burst through the door, completely out of breath. Principal, I've got the full report, she gasped. Shangfu Muse did throw the first punch, but the senior girls provoked her first. She acted in self-defense. The principal listened to his daughter's report and felt his blood pressure spike another 10 points. He waved a hand. Miss Yun, you too may go. Yes, principal. Yun Shu nodded and turned. Shang-Fu Muse followed right on her heels like a loyal shadow. The moment the door clicked shut, the teacher flopped into the principal's chair and let out a long breath. Dad, you can't let our class take the fall for this. The principal gave her a dry look. Those two, do you think I have a death wish? One was Fu Huaishan's fiancée, the other was the Shang-Fu family's most indulged daughter. He'd have to be insane. But you do need to keep your class under control, he added, forcing a stern expression. Sophomores ganging up on seniors, chasing them all over the gym, what kind of image does that project? Principal, that's called unity. The teacher shot to her feet and pumped a fist. When seniors tried to bully them, they didn't back down. They stood together. That's exactly what we always say, unity makes strength. The principal glared at her. Out, get out. You're making my head worse. His daughter was a handful, and the class she taught was even worse. The teacher grinned. Yes, principal. I'm gone. Tell Mom I won't be home for dinner, okay? She slipped out of the office. On the way back to class 6, Shang-Fu Muse stayed glued to Yun Shu's side. Halfway down the hall, Yun Shu stopped short. Shang-Fu Muse couldn't brake in time and smacked her nose right into Yun Shu's back. Pain shot through her face, and she clapped a hand over her nose. Yun Shu turned and took in her miserable expression. You train in martial arts? Just some self-defense basics, Shang-Fu Muse said, nodding like a baby chick pecking at feed. Next time you fight, stay aware of everything around you. I was able to help this time, but I might not be there next time. Yun Shu was talking about the ambush. Shang-Fu Muse nodded hard. I get it. It won't happen again. If Yun Shu hadn't shown up today, she would have been in serious trouble. Yun Shu didn't say anything else. She just kept walking, and Shang-Fu Muse followed. After school, the driver arrived to pick up Yun Shu. He watched her stroll toward the car, and remembering the message he'd just received, his mouth twitched. Yun Shu had used words to rally the sophomores into beating up the seniors, and they'd won. Only she could pull off something like that. Yun Shu got into the car, and the driver started the engine, heading for the Yun Corporation building. Young madam, the young master will pick you up from Yun Corporation later, the driver said. Okay. At lunch, Yun Shu had gotten a call from her father asking her to come by the office, so she wasn't headed straight back to Royal Garden. The car pulled up quickly at Yun Corporation. The driver rode the elevator up with her. When the doors opened, a secretary was already waiting. He bowed respectfully. Miss, good afternoon. The CEO is waiting for you in his office. Yun Shu nodded and followed the secretary down the corridor to her father's office. Every employee they passed greeted her with deep, deliberate respect. Xu Zongyuan's face lit up the moment Yun Shu walked in. He hurried to the coffee table, uncovering the pastries and fruit he'd prepared. Yun Shu, I just picked these up from that shop you like. He pointed to the pastries, still steaming. Yun Shu dropped onto the couch, grabbed one, and bit into it. What do you want? Xu Zongyuan sat down, practically vibrating with excitement. That plan you told me about, it worked. Shen Wanzhong's company went under, the contract is mine. He scrubbed his palms together, nervous energy spilling over. Yun Shu nodded, face blank, and said nothing else. The truth was, the contract Xu Zongyuan had just recovered was the very one Shen Wanzhong and Zhu Qimeng had schemed to steal from him. Call it returning things to their rightful owner. But she wasn't about to tell him that. All she wanted was to protect what belonged to her mother. As for exposing affairs and scheming, not her circus. Xu Zongyuan saw she had zero interest and switched gears fast. So, how have you been? She hadn't set foot in the Shu family home since the engagement party. He wanted to ask more, but he had no standing. Father and daughter, yes, but he'd neglected her for years. The guilt sat heavy. She picked up another pastry, took a bite, and nodded fine. Oh, and we got our marriage certificate. What? But your household registry is still. Xu Zongyuan stopped mid-sentence. Fu Huaishan wasn't the type to let a little thing like that stop him. Something like a household registry probably didn't even matter. He asked carefully, so when are you planning the wedding? Next summer, maybe. We'll figure it out. Yun Shu shrugged, unconcerned. She had a serious case of procrastination when it came to anything with complicated procedures. Xu Zongyuan studied her and suddenly remembered the last time she'd been in his office, back when her mother was still alive. Yun Shu had been just a kid then. Now she was a grown woman, already married. Time changed everything. He stood, walked to his desk, pulled a folder from the drawer, and handed it to her. 30% of Shu Corporation's shares. Your mother wanted you to have these on your wedding day, something to give you leverage with your in-laws. I've been holding them for you. Now that you're married to Fu Huaishan, these shares probably don't mean much to the Fu family. But take them anyway. It's what your mother would have wanted. Yun Shu picked up the contract and scanned it. The signing date was over 10 years ago, so the scumbag father had at least kept that much principle. Fine. I'll take them. It wasn't greed, but keeping them in her hands was safer than letting Zhu Qimeng sink her claws into them. Call it safekeeping. They chatted a few more minutes, mostly Xu Zongyuan talking while Yun Shu offered one-word answers. Her phone buzzed, a message from Fu Huaishan that he was already downstairs. I'm leaving. Fu Huaishan's here. Xu Zongyuan stood quickly. Right, let me see you out. He walked her to the elevator. As he watched the car descend, something shifted inside him. The distance between him and his daughter seemed to grow wider every day. Zhu Qimeng rushed to the villa outside the city the moment she got the call. When she saw the chaos outside, her heart dropped. She stepped inside, and the scene was even worse than she'd imagined. The luxurious furniture was gone. Shen Wanzhong's antique collection had vanished. Footprints and trash littered every surface. Zhu Qimeng hurried upstairs. In the bedroom, she found Shen Wanzhong sitting there, completely defeated. Honey, what happened? Where's everything downstairs? She pressed him, urgent. He stared at her, silent. Talk to me, what's going on? How did you go bankrupt just like that? She kept pushing. The word bankrupt snapped something in him. He lunged, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her to the floor. Bankrupt? You're asking me why? I should be asking you. His eyes were bloodshot and wild, like a gambler who'd lost everything. She clawed at his hands, her face reddening. Let go. No way, this is all your fault, you bitch. You said it was a sure thing. You made me go after Shuzong Yuan, and now I've been set up, I'm ruined. Happy now? The words shook, soaked in blame. Ju Chiming struggled, but he was too strong. Just when she thought she might black out, she gasped, the baby. The baby. The word cut through. He saw her face turning purple and immediately let go, sweeping her into his arms. Man, are you okay? I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Guilt washed over him. Then, as the full weight of his ruin hit him, Shen Wanzhong broke down sobbing. A long, heavy silence later, the two of them pulled themselves together and began plotting their revenge against Shuzong Yuan Imperial Garden Estate. After dinner, Fu Huaishan and Yun Shu went to the study, where a single desk used to be. Now two sat side by side. You can do your homework here, and I'll handle business over there. He searched her eyes for approval. Perfect, this is nice. She walked toward the desk. Fu Huaishan grabbed her bag and placed it beside her seat. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night was an ink-black canvas. Inside, warm light spilled into every corner like a gentle stream. Fu Huaishan sat at his desk, fingers flying across the keyboard as he tackled corporate affairs. His focused expression, backlit by the screen, made him look impossibly handsome. Then he heard the faint scratch of a pen pausing. He stopped typing and turned. Yun Shu's pen had frozen mid-stroke, like she'd hit a wall. Stuck? He lifted his dark eyes to her. She twirled the pen between her fingers. No, I'm thinking the answer to this problem might have multiple possibilities. Her gaze stayed on the exercise book. Oh? He stood and walked over to stand behind her.